A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. You know, I've been meeting up with a tough customer lately. He's old man wash day habit. And he has the mistaken idea that you ladies have to do things his way on wash day.
You bet they do. I'm old man wash day habit, I am. And there's nothing I enjoy more than to keep a lady washing the same old way with the same old soap year after year.
Well, I've got you licked when I tell ladies about new Does. That new kind of granulated soap.
Hey, not so loud about Does. I don't want the ladies to find out that this does all three kinds of wash.
Well, listen here, old wash day habit. You can't stop me from telling the ladies what wonders Does can do. Why, it gets dirty work shirts clean, grimy towels white, yet it's really safe for rayon undies.
Hey, quiet you. If the ladies discover that does everything in the wash, I'm done for.
That's right. They'll toss you right out once they discover how much safer Does is. It's safer for fussy-colored washables than any other leading granulated laundry soap. And yet, this same Does can get dirty towels snowy white.
Oh, that's bad news for me.
You bet it is, old man wash day habit, because Does will show the ladies just how really dazzling white their towels and linens can be. Why, they've never seen whiter washes than new Does gives them.
Hey, I'll peddle that stuff.
And does it so easily. In fact, no soap made gets clothes white easier than Does.
Oh, have a heart. I've been telling the ladies that Does are just like all the other soap.
But you know it's not. Why, they've never before been able to buy a soap quite like it. You see, Does is not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap.
Looks like I'm licked.
You bet you are, Mr. Wash Day Habit. Why, women by the millions are changing to new Does. So, ladies, just ask for D-U-Z Does today. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. There was quite a tense little moment in the Goldberg house an hour ago. Rosie just tried to get her brother to take her to the movies. And her reason for the sudden great desire was the fact that Sammy was going with his new friend, Walter Jerome. Well, the argument ended with Rosie deciding to go with Seymour. Well, now, Molly and Jake are home alone.
You feel like going over to Dr. Tate's, Gerald?
I don't feel like, but you feel like.
Because he called me and he said he got a letter from Orion and Chris from their honeymoon location.
All right. I have to shave, huh?
Is it necessary?
How can I go like this?
Well, if you want it, darling, it wouldn't take long, huh?
Is the water hot?
The water's scalding.
Well, then, I better get started.
But we'll be back before the children are home from the movies, huh?
What children?
Rosalie and Sammy.
Oh, Molly, they're not children anymore, dear.
No, they're not children anymore. I think you're right, Dick.
You weren't a child either at 17, Molly.
No.
Not at 16 either?
No, not at 16 either. That's when you came into my life, Dick.
A long time ago, Molly.
Yeah. How long is it, Dick?
Very long, Molly, if you figure by all we lived through.
When I think of myself at 16, Dick, I don't know, I can't believe it was me. What a person becomes out of a silly little nothing that I was.
You was never silly, and you was never nothing.
I was like Rosalie, Dick.
No.
In what way was I different?
You mean, did you look like Rosie?
Yeah.
The eyes, maybe. The eyes were the same. Otherwise, you were different. Very different.
Different. Very different. I mean, after all, how different? Rosie is my daughter, Dick.
You were brought up in a different world, Molly, and Rosie was brought up in a different world.
Different world, not different world. I was young, too. I was also 17.
At 17, Molly, you were a woman of the world, and Rosie is still a child. Things are different today, Molly. Parents feel their children. They don't give them responsibility. When I was Sammy's age, I was earning my bread. I was a father. When you were Rosie's age, you were an adult. Rosie was a child.
Maybe.
Not maybe, Molly. You were, and I was.
Is it so good, Jake?
Is that so good, Molly?
I mean, the way we bring up children today. I mean, the poorest families, they try to make a wall around their children. They try to make the childhood last and last and last till Methuselah's day. Today, a boy isn't a man till he's, how shall I say, goes first, how many years in public PS school? His public school, his high school, his junior high school, and his first college. And before a boy is out to take the world on his shoulders, he's 24, 25, 26, 27, and the girl is not a woman. Her eyes are so... Rosalie? You're home?
You're home, Rosie?
Rosie didn't like the picture that was playing in Cloverville.
Didn't like the picture that was playing in Cloverville? You don't feel well, Rosalie?
I'm all right. Maybe we should have gone to the picture that Sammy and Walter went to. Only they were playing the same picture at both places, so
I better get ready.
The water's hot, I'm sure, Jake.
I won't be a jiffy. Are you changing, Molly?
No, I'll just slip on my coat, dear.
Oh, I want me to help you take off your glasses, Rosie.
Where are you going, Mom? Over to Dr. Cade's father. He got a letter from Chris and Orion, and he wants us to read it to us. You want to come with us?
No, Mom. I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed.
Why should you be in the house all alone?
I don't know, Ma. You know that.
Oh. Very well, if you want to.
Molly, I don't see a towel.
Coming, dear.
Why don't you see a towel? All the towels are standing there, dear, where they always are.
Rosalie, you sure you feel well, darling?
Sure, Ma.
Huh? You went to Cloverville, you drove to Cloverville, you didn't went to the movie?
No.
Oh, yes, you sure you don't want to go to Dr. Cade's house?
I'm sure.
Excuse me, Seymour. Sit down, open your coat, take off your muffler. Excuse me.
Gerald, you can't find the towel. How come you can't find the towel? The towels are standing. Usually, how do you say?
Would you like to play gin rummy, Rosie?
No, Seymour. I'm very tired.
You sure you feel well?
I'm just tired, Seymour.
It wasn't a very long ride to Closeville, Rosie, was it?
No.
Was my driving tiresome?
No.
Do you think I'm a pretty good driver?
You drive very well.
Thank you. Were you listening to me when I was talking to you, Rosie?
About what, Seymour?
About everything.
I'm very tired, Seymour.
I'll go when you want me to, Rosie.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
Can I get you something that'll rest you?
Thanks, Seymour.
I'm not trying to press you for an answer, Rosie, but everybody wants to crowd a little happiness into their lives in a hurry now. So that's my only reason. I mean, Rosie, everybody wants to feel like they got something to live for, even if you have to die for it. And you're just the kind of a girl my mother would like, Rosie.
Thanks, Seymour.
I didn't tell you yet that I'm waiting for my physical. I don't want her to break down.
Oh.
Rosalie, why don't you make a little cocoa for Seymour?
You want something, Seymour?
Oh, no, thanks. You're too fatigued anyway.
No, I'll make it.
No, please. Rosie, did you see that picture that was playing at Clovesville? Is that why you didn't want to see it again?
No, I just didn't like it.
That actor was too handsome to be sincere. I don't like him either. Is it true, Rosie, that women don't really like handsome men?
Well...
I mean, regularity of features?
Well...
But would you say that Walter Jerome, the young man...
Would you say he was handsome, Seymour?
Would you say he was, Rosie?
That depends.
On what, Rosie?
Well, if he was your type...
He isn't. Is he, Rosie?
Well... I'll answer it, Seymour. Hello? Yes? Hello? Who is this, Sammy? Oh, where are you? Uh-huh. Well, Mom and Papa are going over. Are you? Oh, well, where's that, Sammy? Yes, and you didn't go to the movies? Oh, all right, Sammy. Yes. Goodbye. My galoshes. Sammy, he's over at Dr. Katie's, Mom. They didn't go to the movies either. Who's they? Sammy and Walter. Seymour, dear, help me with my galoshes, please.
But you're too tired.
Maybe here'll do me good.
I'll be ready.
Yes, Pa. Get your coat, Seymour. You're going home, aren't you, Seymour?
I think so. Good night.
Why don't Seymour,
No,
Seymour?
thank you. I want to write a letter to my mother anyway. Good night.
The change in Rosie's mood would be called phenomenal in the art of medicine, but in the history of love, it's quite a common occurrence. And it includes a tendency not to feel or sympathize with what others are feeling. For Seymour is so heavy-hearted, it weighs his steps down. Say, who does the dishes at your house? Oh, you do? Well, then chances are you've been struggling with those halfway soaps. I mean bar soaps, because they don't have real speed. And those tough granulated soaps, because they fall short on safety for your hands. Well, you can toss such halfway soaps right out now that new Does is here. Does, you know, is that wonderful new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And it has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to extra safety for your hands. Why, Does treat your hands like a baby. Just notice how beautifully soft and smooth they feel after doing dishes with Does. Actually, it's far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated laundry soap. Yet no soap made can beat Does for speedy dishwashing. Why, it cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Yes, you can tell by the suds how different Does is. Try it today. Does has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. If you don't mind, I am not going to tell you anything about the story we're going to do in a few minutes. Neither the title, nor anything about the characters, nor even the usual remark about any similarity of this story to real events and actual people occurring so and so forth. No, we're just going to tell you a strange story. But first, Bob Stevenson.
And ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about you. If you're so unattractively thin and jittery and run down that you're really only half living, maybe it simply means you're not getting enough vitamin B and iron from your food. If that's it, don't pin your hopes on halfway help. Get ironized yeast. It's a two-way tonic. It gives you both vitamin B and iron. Thousands of weary, worn-out men and women who only needed more of these substances are singing its praises. These folks tell us how quickly ironized yeast has helped them gain the grand new pounds, the glorious new pep and strength and sparkle they needed to really enjoy living. Remember that name, ironized yeast. And now, lights out, everybody.
Hello, police department. My name is Charles Krager, Dr. Charles Krager. I live at 872 West Street, apartment 2B. I want you to come and get me. I've just killed a man. J. Drogen. Did you hear me? I said come and get me. I just killed a man. His name was...
I'm willing to bet on it. I'm telling you, sir, my name is Jay Drogen. I'm going to drink this. Jay, forget it, will you? You better lie down and get some rest. Put your hands off me. I said I was going to drink this mess, and I'm going to drink it. Right out of the cocktail shaker. What are you doing? He's really drinking it.
Holy cat, look at him.
Oh, boy. Oh, that was terrific. How did it taste? Wonderful. Jay!
He's sick.
No, I'm all right. Hot in here. Window open. The windows. Who broke all the windows? Oh, my head. Oh, what time? 9. I've got to get up. Get to work. All dressed. Bed in my clothes. Put me to bed. Oh, it doesn't matter. All right. Hello, J. Drogen speaking. Who? Oh, yeah. Hello, friend. Sure, I'm coming down to the office. Party? All right, a man. Gotta have some fun once in a while, can't he? I gotta wash up. All right, I'll be down here. Goodbye. Son of a... Where's my hat? Well, what? Windows broken. Some party. Tell superintendent get windows fixed. Wonder what... Oh, well. Better get to the office. Good thing building has an elevator. Couldn't walk downstairs.
Good morning, Mr. Drogen.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jensen.
Now,
what the devil's the matter with this elevator? I've been punching this button for 5 minutes.
Well, it takes time for it to come down when it's up on the top floor. Takes time.
The devil with the time. It's always going wrong, that elevator. I wish that blasted thing would fall through the basement. Hey! It's going...
It fell. Just like you said.
Oh, then, Drogen, sit down. Sit down.
Thank you, Doctor. It was good of you to see me without an appointment.
Well, you seem to be in quite a state. What is it?
It's my head.
You injured it?
No, I don't think so. You see, I had a little party at my house last night. Oh, my head.
Well, never mind. Oh, this certainly is the morning after the night before. Over to the window and let me look at you.
Yes, Doctor. It's my head, Doctor. Every sound...
Just the morning after.
But every sound... That blasted airplane up there, it's so loud in my head, Doctor.
No, don't get excited.
Why does that infernal pilot have to fly so low? Blast you up there, why don't you crack up? Look. He's falling.
What you said, Drogen, really happened. right, Drogen. We better be moving on. Yeah. You come back to my office, and I'll give you a sedative, and you lie down and rest a little while, and then you'll be all right.
Yeah.
Coincidences. That's nothing. Oh, that's all it was. Nothing more. Oh, watch out, man. Watch out where you're walking.
It's okay. Now we can cross. Hey, you! How'd you like that guy? Blasted cabs, they think they own the street. If I had my way, I'd smash them all out. Stop! Stop!
It's happened. Again. Drink this. No, I tell you, drink this.
I don't want to.
It isn't what you want to do. It's a sedative. Now, drink it.
Putting me to sleep for a little while is no help.
Last night. Think about last night. Perhaps you, drank something out of the ordinary.
Huh?
Well, why do you look at me like that?
I did.
What?
That drink, I just remembered.
Tell me.
But that couldn't be it.
Tell me.
Well, we got a kidding about who could mix the most unusual drinks, and I was feeling high, and I mixed one.
Well, what was in the drink?
I don't know.
Well, you must know. If I knew what was in the drink, perhaps some chemical... Oh, wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
To the office.
Well, what?
Fred, my business. I've got to...
No. You're completely out of your head. You're a menace, a walking danger. Don't you realize that you can't go out of here until we figure this out, some way to stop it? If you don't, every time you say a negative thought, it'll happen and someone will die. Do you want that? What's the matter with you? Why should you laugh? Stop it. Stop it.
Well, it's funny. I go to see my doctor because I'm going out of my head, and he goes out of his head. But
what happened to you, though? All of a sudden,
you said that I was a menace. When you said that, all at once, everything cleared up.
What?
Yeah. Me, a menace. That's the funniest thing anybody ever said about me. Look at me. No hair, half my teeth aren't my own, I've got a pot belly, and I'm a menace. Yeah, you, a doctor who's supposed to judge things only by facts, suddenly decide I'm a menace. Why? Because 3 screwy things happened that I had nothing to do with. That I had nothing to do with. Coincidences. Like getting 4 aces 2 times running, or rolling 7 25 times in a row, or anything else where 2 and 2 doesn't add up to 4. That elevator would have fallen anyway, and that plane, so his motor cut out just when I said it. And the cabs, we were both so scared that we ran off without finding out whether or not there was a good reason why 3 cabs smashed up. Sure, cabs have accidents all the time. So, well, does that make me a menace? I ask you. Is that the way for a doctor to talk?
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course you're right. I'm talking like an emotional moron. Funny, isn't it? I'm the man who has always evaluated situations through factual evidence. And even then, I've retained some measure of skepticism because I know how misleading human observation can be. Drogen, would you mind shaking hands with a blasted fool?
Sure, Doc. And you're shaking hands with one, too. Now, if you don't mind, can I use your telephone?
Sure. Of course.
I've got to call my office, explain why I'm late. Oh, had me scared for a while. Hello, that you, Fred? Yes, I'm on my way in. But I tell you, I'll be there in a few minutes. But I'm telling you, I know, but I'm coming. Oh, stop yelling at me. Why don't you drop dead? Fred. Hey, Fred.
What's the matter?
I don't know. 1 minute I was talking to him, and then... Fred, answer me. No, it can't be. You're lying. Hello?
Drogen, what is it? Tell me.
Someone said Fred just dropped dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, to stop a suspense story may seem an intrusion. But before going on with the story of this strange little miracle man, perhaps a breath or two of relaxation is indicated. Yes, before going on with our lights-out story of the Projective Mr. Drogen, let's turn to a problem of these hectic times. We have a very troubled young lady here.
Trouble's no word for it. My boss wants to give me a dandy new job, but I'm so tired out and run down and jittery, I'm afraid I couldn't handle it. I'm getting much too thin. And I've tried every tonic I know, but nothing I try seems to help me.
Well, miss, maybe you just haven't tried the right tonic. Maybe more vitamin D and iron's what you need.
Vitamin D and iron? Does that make such a difference?
Well, when you don't get enough vitamin D from your meals, you may lose your appetite, eat so poorly that you lose weight and strength, or you may not get all the good out of what you do eat. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale and feel only half alive.
But how can I get more vitamin D and iron if I need them?
The quickest, easiest way I know is take ironized yeast tablets. They give you both vitamin D and iron. And pleasant little ironized yeast tablets are a cinch to take.
But, are they terribly expensive?
Oh, not a bit of it. They cost but a few pennies a day. So try ironized yeast tablets if more vitamin D and iron is what you need. Then see if pretty quick you aren't saying,
tired? Not me. I'm so full of pep now I hardly know myself, and I've gained pounds. Why didn't somebody tell me about ironized yeast tablets ages ago?
And now, back to Lights Out. At the moment when both Drogen and the doctor had rationalized the miracles into coincidences, another miracle had taken place. Another miracle of death. And now the men sit in the doctor's office, and there is great fear in both of them.
What time is it, Doctor? 1. I can't just sit here. No. You're my responsibility. I've got to think something out. I just can't keep on not thinking anything. Great Godfrey. What's the matter with me? You can perform miracles. I'm convinced of that. All right. Then why in the name of common sense can't you perform positive miracles instead of negative ones? I don't understand. Listen to me. It's simple. It's so simple that neither one of us thought of it. Just as you can kill people and cause accidents, why can't you do good? Good? Yes, good. Heal the sick, give eyes to the blind. But when it comes to killing, kill the ones who should be killed. That's right. Maybe I could do that. Hitler, Mussolini. Why, you could wipe out the whole Nazi army by just saying so. Yeah, but how would we know? Wait a minute. It's all clear now. Every miracle that you performed today was a negative miracle. The falling elevator, the airplane, the taxis, your friend. Everything negative. You haven't performed a single positive miracle. Not a miracle for good instead of evil. Well, come with me. Where? Out in the street again. Come on, Drogen. We've got to find out if you can perform a good miracle just as easily as performing the other kind. And if you can, well, you'll start making history in a few minutes, Mr. Drogen. Now. What? On the corner, the newsman. He's blind. Well, don't be stupid. We'll go over to him.
Paper, get your paper.
Hello, Tom.
That you, Doctor?
Yes, give me a magazine. Well, anyone will do.
Yes, sir.
Wish it, Drogen. Wish that he could see. I am.
Hey, Doctor. How have you been?
Oh, never mind about me. How about you?
Huh?
How about your eyes?
Are you kidding?
Drogen, out loud. You've got to say it out loud.
Hey, Doc, what's the matter?
Say it. I wish that he could see.
Hey, what's going on here?
Tom, you see. You do see.
What's the matter with you, Doc?
You can see.
Let me alone, will you? What are you trying to do? What are you after?
Can you see?
Oh, I can't see. Get the devil away from here. I can't see.
All right, Drogen. Come on. Yeah. What does it mean? Whatever you want to do that's good doesn't happen. But whatever you say that's evil happens. God help you, Drogen. Well, I know I give it. Well, have a good sleep, friend Drogen?
Yeah. What?
Why did I fall asleep?
The sedative I gave you. Oh. Drogen, I want you to meet my wife.
How do you do?
Well, it's a pleasure, Mrs. Krieger.
Yeah. Let me give you a hand.
No. I'm all right.
Yeah, of course. Drogen, I've told the entire story to my wife. She's clear-headed about this. I'll let her tell you what she thinks. Go ahead, Anne.
Mr. Drogen, Charles thinks you're a menace to humanity. I don't think so. I think the danger to others is not through you, but through somebody else. You don't know what I mean. Well, that's understandable. I mean, you wouldn't willfully hurt anyone. But what if someone forced you to? What if your ability to perform miracles...
Evil miracles?
Yes, evil miracles, was discovered by some criminal? He would force you to do what he wanted, at no risk to himself, because since the criminal was performing an evil act, you couldn't hurt him.
In other words, Drogen, someone could use you for criminal purposes. Yes, blackmail the world because you thought he could kill anyone in the world.
You haven't said anything, Mr. Drogen. You do understand?
Yes, I understand. What do you expect me to do about it?
We don't expect you to do anything. The responsibility is beyond you or us. Whatever happens is up to the proper authorities.
Authorities? My wife means that what we must do is to tell the authorities of what happened.
It's a wonderful idea.
What did you say?
It's a wonderful idea.
Charles, I told you he'd understand.
Drogen, I'm proud of you.
Thank God it happened to a man like you instead of another little fascist who'd imagined himself a super Hitler.
A wonderful idea.
Yes, of course, but why do you keep on saying that?
You gave me a wonderful idea.
Thank you, but that's not important now. We've got to go to the authorities. All of us.
No.
Why should you say no?
I'm not going anywhere. Neither are you.
What?
Charles, why should he say...
Wait. What's the matter?
Nothing. I'm not going anyplace, or you.
What do you mean?
Sit down.
What the devil for?
Sit down.
No, I don't see what...
Doctor, I'll let you talk. Now let me. Well, in my own way, I figured out the world a long time ago. And that's why I was satisfied. Now, you see, it's like this. Some people are born with more than other people. One man has more brains, so he's an Einstein. Another fellow's born with good looks, so he's a movie star, like that Taylor fellow. Another has muscles that work better, so he's a Joe Louis. Another one's got more energy, so he's an Edison. Most people are born with just enough brains and muscles to get along in a plain, ordinary life, like me. I knew that. So I was satisfied. Then this happened to me. All at once, all I've got to do is say something, and then it happens. Not good things, we found that out, but whatever I say that's wrong happens. I can do what anybody else in the world would like to do, can't do. No Army or Navy or Air Force. I can say that somebody should die or that something should burn or break or fall, and it happens. Now, at first, it was the same for me as for you, Doctor. I couldn't believe it was really so. Then, while I was lying here, I heard you and your wife talking, and I began to figure things out. And then you both gave me the real idea. Dempsey and Joe Louis and Tunney and those fellas who had better muscles made themselves millions. So did Edison and Ford and Chrysler and the rest of them who had brains. Now, I had something. Why shouldn't I get paid off, too?
Paid off?
That's right.
How?
You said it before.
What?
I think you'd call it blackmail.
Charles.
The way you both look at me, you'd think I'd said something you hadn't said before yourself. Anybody that's any good to the world, I can kill. All right. People get paid off in this world for not letting other people starve, so I'll get paid off for not making people die.
That's a pretty bad joke.
Joke? No.
Of course you're joking.
No.
You don't mean that.
Sit down, Doctor. Doctor, I said for you to sit down.
Don't you order me around. Now stop this nonsense and...
Oh. I brought you some tea, Mrs. Krieger.
Yes, thank you, Frederick. Just put the tray
Wait
down.
a minute. Take that tray out of here. Go ahead, take it out.
But I take orders only from Mrs. Krieger.
Is that so? Well, why don't you die? He's dead, isn't he, Doctor?
Yes.
So you see, it isn't nonsense.
You devil, you.
Well, up to now, it's always been plain Sam.
I never thought that you...
That's just it. You should never underestimate a little man, now should you?
Charles, do you hear me call the police?
He hears you, but he won't do anything about it, will you?
Charles, don't just sit there. This man is a murderer. He killed
Doctor, your wife is talking a little too much, isn't she?
Won't you please?
Doctor, do you hear me? I suggest you tell your wife to shut her mouth.
Charles,
or maybe you'd like me to say something to her, the words I said about the servant. Suppose I said, Mrs. Prager, I wish...
No!
Stop!
Will you please do something about this?
Stop it. Stop. You hear me? Stop it. Now, it'll be all right, dear. It'll be all right.
Of course it will, as long as we're sensible about this. Now, dear, what is my plan? Well, very simply this. You and your wife are going to help me get everything in the world that I want. Yes, everything. What I tell you to do, you will do. Letters. I will decide on 3 influential gentlemen in our government, 3 wealthy gentlemen in industry to whom you will send letters explaining about me. Now, they won't believe, but at the time I tell them to, they'll die, and the newspapers will know about it. And after that, everyone will believe me, now won't they? And so as not to die, everyone will do exactly as I want, won't they? Because they won't have any choice in the matter. They send soldiers against me. I'll wish that they'll be dead, and they will be dead. And soon from Washington to London to Moscow, everyone will be doing exactly what Sam Drogen wants them to do. And that'll be wonderful, won't it? All the good people of the world doing exactly what one little man wants them to do. Well, you haven't said anything, Doctor. You understand what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes. It was inevitable.
Of course, I won't want you and your wife to leave here. Now then, we'd better have this man's body removed, then we'd better get to work. Or have you any suggestions?
Do you mind if I have a drink?
Drink? Not at all. Not at all. A drink started all this, didn't it? Go right ahead, Doctor.
Thank you.
And you, Mrs. Krager, you're quite all right now, aren't you? Yes, I'm sure you are, the way you sit there looking at me. You and your husband will do exactly as I say because you're both good people, and I'm deaf to good people, and you know that now, don't you?
Yes, I'm sure my wife knows that. Your drink.
Oh, yes. Oh, and quite a full one. Thank you, Doctor. I drink to your continued good health. Well, a strong one and a good one. Thank you, Doctor. What? Drink? Oh, my throat, you what? No, wouldn't dare. I'll kill.
Charles, what did you...
Kill.
Charles, he's going to...
Wait.
You both were.
Charles, you killed...
Yes. Poison worked more slowly than it should have. But it worked. Drogen, you made one mistake. You should never underestimate what good people can do. If they have to.
Mr. Oboler. Mr. Oboler. I know how you feel, but in these times of stress and strain, the tensions of life do pile up for all of us. And once in a while, it's a welcome let-up to think of miracles and miracle men. A miracle man who can solve all things with a wish and a wave of the hand. Of course, we know now that miracles actually do happen, with work and with the will of a fighting people. Which brings us to next week. I'll tell you about that after you've had your say. I just want to clear up a point for our listeners. Friends, we've told you about ironized yeast. We've told you, too, how thousands who only needed more vitamin B and iron today thank ironized yeast tablets for helping them gain glorious new strength and pep, and 5, 10, even more pounds of good new flesh. But did you know that you can try ironized yeast tablets on a no-risk, money-back basis? Yes, if you don't quickly begin to eat better, sleep better, feel your old-time, peppy, happy self again. In short, if you're not 100% pleased with the results, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. So, if you need more vitamin B and iron, get the one and only Ironized Yeast tablets right away, tonight. And next week?
Well, next week, very simply, I like stories of escape. I always have. My typewriter likes them. My shorthand likes them. My dictaphone likes them. I think other people feel the way I do. In childhood, we like to read of escape from galloping Indians, and as we grow older, escape from pursuing love. And we grow older than that, other more subtle escape. Well, by this time, you ought to know that next week's story is one of escape. Its title is Until Dead, and I promise myself and you a suspenseful and amazing half hour, but as usual, that's next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, Until Dead. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try Ironized Yeast, the one and only Ironized Yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. It is later than you think.
There are plenty of men around who will tell you the nicest thing next to their face in the morning is Mole Brushless Shaving Cream. For that's the sign of a smooth, comfortable shave ahead. Mole, you see, is the shaving cream that helps guard your face against painful nicks and cuts by forming a protective film between your skin and your razor. You get a close shave and a mighty comfortable one, too. So get Mole, M-O-L-L-E, and be on the receiving end of a swell shave every morning yourself. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
A year in one man's life may be half an hour in another. For each man sets his destiny by a different clock. And on the walls that mark the limits of our existence, no two clocks are alike.
Hiya, Sam. Hello, Mike. How's it going? Pretty good. Ain't seen you around lately. I've been busy. What have you been doing? Ran a call to every bar in town? They're all dumps, Sam. All dumps. This joint's the only place I like, and you're the only barkeep I can talk to. I bet you say that to all the girls. Come on, Sam, set him up. Ryan the beer chaser. Ain't you had enough? You're falling on your face right now. Sam, don't talk like a slob. Set him up for old time's sake. All right. Stop breaking my heart. I'll pour, Mike. Now, Sam, you're right. I'm no good. I'm no good for anybody. Get kicked off the police force. Can't hold a job. I'm no good, Sam. Please don't cry on the pretzels. What I always needed was a woman. A good woman. A decent girl to straighten me out. I got no ambition, Sam. No ambition at all. You got a hollow leg. That's your trouble. There ain't enough booze in the world to satisfy you. Dave, that's what I needed all my life. Someone I could trust. Someone like that woman over there. Who's she, Sam? Who? That blonde in the corner, the one with the fancy hat. Hey, Sam, she's terrific.
I don't know who she is. She wasn't here half an hour ago. She hasn't moved from that booth since. Cream de mint she's drinking. Can you imagine that? Cream de mint, and it's got to be green.
That's a sign of class, man. That girl is upper crust.
Ah, baloney.
What do you mean, baloney? Trouble with you is you don't know a tramp from a princess. I tell you, she's terrific.
How do you know?
She's too good for either of us. I can see it just by looking at her. The way she dresses. The way she holds her hand. Look at that chin, that profile. You gotta have royal blood to be born with a face like that.
Go on.
Listen, Sam, I'll make you a bet. $5 says she's a lady, and you're a dope.
All right, you're on.
Check.
Now, how you gonna prove it?
I'll talk to her, that's what. I'll bring her right up here to your crummy bar, and you can meet her. Only mind your manners. Remember, you're talking to a lady. Hey, where is she? Where'd she go?
I'll make a phone call, maybe.
Well, I'll talk to her. See, I'll prove to you that she's a lady.
I wonder if you'll be good enough to change a dime for me. I find I have an important call to make. And
Sure. I got 2 nickels right here. Hey, you been crying?
I'm quite all right. Really, there's nothing wrong.
Take it easy here. Let me help you over to the booth.
I feel so silly behaving this way. I'm terribly embarrassed.
Forget it. Sit down. Take it easy. What you need is a drink. What do you have?
No, really, I don't take it.
Sam.
Yeah?
1 rye, 1 cream de mint. Green.
Again?
Just take it easy, lady. You'll be all right in a couple of minutes.
Must be from lack of sleep. I've been wandering around by myself all night. It's all been like a very bad dream.
Why don't you go home?
Home? I don't think I have a home.
You mean you got no place to live?
Well, yes, I have. I have a very nice place on there. I don't think I ever want to go back to it.
Lady.
Oh, my name is Francesca.
Okay. Mine's Mike. Francesca, this is none of my business, but just a few minutes ago I was watching you and wondering what a swell number like you was doing in a place like this. You just don't look like the type.
Doesn't matter where you end up when your life's finished.
You're married, aren't you? The ring on your finger.
Married? Yes. I'm going to take it off and get rid of it.
So that's the angle.
What?
You had a fight with the hubby?
No, it wasn't a fight. It was just a repetition of what's been going on for a month.
You want to talk about it? I'm a good listener.
Oh, there's nothing much to say. It's all familiar and sordid. See, my husband's found another woman. Oh, it isn't the first time it's happened before. He sees them for a while and he finds someone else.
And he knows you know.
Yes, but he doesn't care. You see, that's the way he is.
Why don't you give him a hunk of your mind?
I have, but he always has an answer. You see, his answer is his fist.
You mean he slugs you?
Look, the mark on my arm was all acquired last night. Before I decided to leave for good.
Why, the lousy rat. I could... Excuse me. I mean, when I get sore, my language is...
I think I'd better go outboard, Jennifer.
But he's just bringing our drink.
Oh, please, I prefer to go.
Well, where you going now?
Home.
You mean you're going back to him?
Where else can I go?
Oh, why don't you divorce that jerk?
I'm afraid to. You see, that's my trouble. I'm a coward. I've been spoiled. I'm used to money, security. I've never worked in my life, but now I know how helpless I am.
But if you get a divorce, if you can prove the guy is running around with other women, he'll have to pay you alimony. He'll have to give you a settlement.
But how can I prove it?
Easy. I used to run up against cases like that when I was on the force. You hire a private eye to tail him, and he gets caught with one of his tomatoes.
You mean file? Oh, no, I couldn't do that.
You don't have to do it. I'll do it for you. I got experience. You just leave everything to
No.
me.
Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't do that. He's revolting. thank you for your interest anyway. You've been very kind.
Francesca, wait. What a woman. And I never even got her address. All right, I'm gonna answer. Where do I find a light? All right, shut up. Well...
Mike?
Yeah?
This is Sam, the barkeep. Did I wake you up?
No, I never sleep. I ain't human. I'm a bat. I just dote on getting phone calls every night at 3.
I'm sorry, Mike, but she said it was important.
Who said?
That classy-looking dame you had a drink with early this evening. She called me just as I was closing the bar. She didn't know where you lived, so she asked me to get in touch with you.
Yeah? Why?
She wouldn't say, but she seemed to be crying. She gave me this address. She said you could come right over.
Now?
Well, that's what she said, Mike. The address is on Park Avenue.
All right, give me the number. I'm practically on my way. Hello?
My God, thank heavens you've come.
What's the matter? You've been crying again?
I shouldn't have got in touch with you, Mike. I don't know what's come over me, but I'm frightened. I've never been so frightened in my life. Last night when I left home, my husband had me followed. The man who followed me, a private detective, saw me drinking in the bar.
When'd you find this out?
Well, I came home several hours ago. My husband's packed up and left the house. He says he has enough evidence to get a divorce and cut me off without a cent.
What a weasel. He ain't as smart as he thinks he is. Just having a drink with a man ain't grounds for divorce.
He says he can prove it's more than just a drink. Well, you don't know what he's like. He has money, attorneys, private detectives who perjure themselves for it. Oh, Mike, I'm so scared. Please tell me what to do. Please tell me.
Take it easy, honey. You'll be all right. I never dreamed I'd have my arms around a woman like you. Don't go away. Stay here. Cry it out on my shoulder. Yeah, it's true, Francesca. I'm no good. And I got no right to hold you in my arms this way. No right at all.
How long have we known each other, Mike?
Only a couple of hours.
Couple of hours. I feel I've known you for years. I know what you're really like.
Why don't you throw me out?
Oh, no, you're wrong about yourself. You're good and kind and wonderful. Because you've been so good. John!
Well, this is rather interesting.
John, please.
Who is this man, Francesca?
Relax, honey. Let me do the talking.
Yes, I'd like to hear just what you have to say.
This guy's your husband?
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure before I throw him out on his ear.
You're not very particular about your choice of lovers, are you, Francesca?
Please, I'm not.
Apparently any gutter snipe will
Which
do.
teeth don't you like, mister? I'm an expert at knocking them out.
This is what I get for all I've done. Coming back to my own home to find my wife in the arms of a filthy foul.
What? Gun on him. Where'd you get that rod?
It was in the drawer. I didn't mean to shoot him. I saw him reaching into his pocket. It was just that I wanted to stop him from hurting you. I didn't mean to shoot. That's why I didn't.
All right, take it easy. For Pete's sake, be quiet.
Is it badly hurt? Well, answer me. Tell me.
Yeah, honey. He's dead.
The
clock is but a symbol used to designate the passage of an hour. By twisting the screw with your fingers, you may change its face. But there is no force on earth that can turn back the hands of time.
I didn't mean to do it. I didn't.
It's crazy. The whole thing's
What'll
crazy.
I do? What'll I do? For heaven's sake, tell me what'll I do?
Stop crying, Francesca.
I'm trying
I'll think of a way to get us out of this. Now, just stop crying.
Oh, Mike, you give me such strength. Darling, hold me close. Hold me close.
Wait a minute. This ain't getting us anywhere. We got a stiff on the floor and we gotta get rid of him.
How?
First, let's get everything straight. I don't want any slip-ups. Do you think anyone saw him come back into the building?
Oh, this hour I got it. Anyway, the elevator's so slow.
That's a break for us. What I need now is a car.
Wait a minute. Let me look out the window. Yes, John's car is parked in front of the house.
The gray sedan?
Yes, that's...
Has it got a big boot?
A very big one.
Where's the keys?
John.
Get him out of his pocket.
No, I couldn't touch him.
All right. I'll do it. Here they are.
What are you going to do?
Put him in the car and drive him out of town.
What do you do with his body?
Leave it somewhere along the road. Where's the gun you used?
Here.
I'll hang on to it. I'll leave the car when I dump him. It might look like he was held up on the highway and bumped off.
How far out were you driving?
About 20 miles. I'll go straight up the parkway. It's bound to be empty at this hour.
I haven't got any money to get back.
Hey, I'm glad you thought of that. I'm broke. I left my flat so fast I forgot to take my wallet. Give me some cash.
I haven't got a cent.
No?
Wait a minute. John carries a lot of money. There's a wallet in his coat.
Okay, I'll take a loan. Now, look. If anyone asks, you haven't seen your husband since yesterday. You don't have to answer too many questions when you hear he's dead. You can pull a feint or something like that and they'll leave you alone for a while.
Oh, what about you?
You don't know me. You never heard of me. Oh, wait, I forgot. There's Sam.
Who's that?
The barkeep. He knows I came here tonight. He knows we're friends.
What do we do about him?
I'll think of something in the next few hours. I'll handle Sam one way or the other.
I got so frightened.
Oh, come on, baby. You can do better than that. We're in this together, and we'll pull out of it together. Just leave it to me. Now, go on out and make sure the hall's clear. I'm going to carry him down.
Mike.
Yeah?
Kiss me before you go.
You honey. It's a pleasure. 3 miles to Sunhaven. Sunhaven. As good a place as any. That's all I needed. A cop.
Hold over. All right, what's the rush, mister?
Was I, speeding officer?
Ah, you weren't speeding.
And what'd I do?
You passed a stop sign.
Guess I didn't see it.
Get out of that car.
What for?
Get out, mister. Turn around. What's this?
What's it look like?
Got a license to carry this gun?
Maybe.
A pig's eye. Give me the key to the boot.
The boot?
Give me the key.
Here.
Go on around to the back. All right, now take the key and open it up.
Oh, give me a break, will you?
Open up. Okay. Close it. When did you knock him off?
I didn't.
Shut up, you punks are all alike. You didn't know he was in there, did you? He crawled in all by himself, put a slug in his own hand.
I ain't doing any talking. Take me in and get it over with.
Okay, mister. Let's get going. Just keep driving straight down the highway. We turn left when you see a bridge. You're not doing much talking, I notice.
I'm thinking.
Well, don't strain yourself.
I'm thinking, how come you picked me up, copper? I never passed no stop sign, They don't have stop signs on the parkway like this, and I wasn't speeding.
Keep driving.
And right away you knew I was hauling her stiff. And that don't make sense either. You ain't got X-ray eyes, and you're no mind reader.
We're coming to the bridge. Turn and cross over.
There's only one way you could have done what you did, Copper. There's only one way you could have nabbed we without making no mistakes, and that leaves me with a little unfinished business on my
Now, watch this
hands.
bridge. It's narrow.
I know it's narrow. It's too narrow for me. Look out, you fool. You're going over.
Soaking wet. What's happened to you?
Having fun, Francesca? Taking it easy, listening to a disc jockey? Turn off that radio.
Mike,
Turn it off.
Oh, you look awful.
I didn't figure on a swim when I went out for a joyride. I got picked up by a cop.
No.
Yeah.
You got away?
I drove the car off a bridge. Both got out and swam to shore. Only I got there first. I held him under for a while until he reached the bank. And I took back my rod and let him slide back in.
Oh, no. They'll find him. They'll find the car.
Sure they will, and they'll find me, too. But they won't find you, baby.
What do you mean?
You tipped them off, Francesca.
I did.
You tipped them off. It's the only way he could have nabbed me so fast.
Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
You played me for a sucker right from the start. You wanted to knock your husband off and get his dough, so you run me in on it and made me the patsy.
Darling, don't say things like that.
You had it all figured out, baby. You fixed it so your husband would find us together. Then you accidentally blew his brains out with this rod.
Come here, Mike.
Nice going, Francesca. I gotta hand it to you. It was slick.
Kiss me, darling. Kiss me and forget all this.
Your rotten hands off me. Makes me sick to my stomach to even look at you. My high-class dame. My blue-blooded angel. The woman whose shoes I wasn't fit to wipe. My beautiful, sweet target, rotten heart.
No, not the gun.
I'm going to give it to you, baby. Where it hurts the most.
Oh, she's got me all wrong. I swear I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Turn that radio.
No, please.
Turn it on. I'm going to use it for a theme song to cover the noise.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I love you, Mike. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Never mind the radio. It don't matter much who he is.
No, Mike, no.
What's the matter with this drop? Why don't it...
Drop it. I said drop.
What is this? An arsenal? You got a gun in every drawer?
Maybe this one works.
Looks like you're riding high again, baby.
Yes. Doesn't it?
Okay. It's your deal. But at least you might admit it. You crossed me, didn't you? Admit it.
You came in very handy. I appreciate your help.
Don't mention it.
Would you like some music, Mike?
Not especially.
I would. Turn on the radio.
Would you like to dance?
Oh, no. Some other time.
Sure. Some other time.
Thanks for everything, Mike.
Yeah.
Thanks. Love.
What?
Oh, for the love of Harry, you're pausing out on me. You change up, you jerk.
Oh, thanks. Sam, away.
You've been leaning over the bar like a hunk of cheese. You ain't getting no more drinks, Mike. You're nearly blotto.
Yeah, maybe I had too much, Sam. I've been seeing things.
What kind of things? Pink alligators?
Oh, worse than that.
Hey, she's coming back.
Who?
That dame who was sitting all alone. Look, she's going back to her table. All right, smart guy. Let's see you collect that bet.
Bet?
You bet me 5 she was a lady. I say no lady would come into a joint like this alone. Go on, bring her over. When she talks to the side of a joint, you can hand me your 5.
No, I ain't bringing her over here.
Reneging?
Let her stay where she is. I'm going home to get some sleep, and then I'm going back to work. Here, Sam.
Huh?
Here's your 5. You're right, Sam. I just got a hunch she's nothing but a tramp.
Yes, time is all things to all men, and a year in one man's life may be half an hour in another's. So you might do well to heed this advice, written by a stonemason in the reign of King James I of England. In time, take time while time doth last, for time is no time when time is past.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time. Lawrence Clee writes and Hart McGuire narrates. You heard Tom Hughes as Mike and Georgie Sterling as Francesca, together with Brian James as Sam and Leon Piers as John. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program. The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Friends, here's some exciting news. The latest Hooper ratings show that in the last 2 months, the listening audience of The Whistler has increased by more than 50%. Yes, sir, 50%. And even before this increase, The Whistler was rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. What do we at Signal Oil think about this? Well, naturally, we think it's wonderful. And we want to say thanks to our regular audience and welcome to all you new listeners. And remember, friends, Signal gasoline is tops, too. And now the Whistler's strange story. Last Curtain.
The company's engagement at the Opera House in Los Angeles had 2 weeks to run. But Oriane Donati, whose beautiful voice was largely responsible for the success of the tour, had other things on her mind. Oriane was no longer thrilled by the curtain going up. She was not new to the music world. And moreover, when she allowed herself, she could feel the years inside. She didn't allow this often, of course, and certainly it was not being displayed at the moment. With Charles beside her, quietly reassuring, Oriane found it a simple matter to face the anger of the impresario, Giulio Cassini.
Have you lost your mind, Oriane? You cannot just tear up a contract. I'm protected by the law.
Law. There is only one law I recognize. I do as I please, and I will not desert my Charles.
And why should you, my dear? Do marry Charles, but remain with us for the season at least. Please, Carmilla.
It is impossible. Charles will not hear of it. We are both desperately in love. Am I right, my darling?
Yes, you're quite right, Orion.
Orion, please,
Sorry,
reconsider.
Julio, my mind is quite made up. Come, Charles. Let's go someplace where we can be alone.
By all means.
All right, play your games, but if you want my advice...
It was rather unpleasant, eh?
Julio, he only thinks of the money he will lose. Enough of him, though. Do you really love me?
Don't you know?
Yes, I suppose I do. That was nice, darling. Now I must go to my dressing room. Can you amuse yourself for a little while?
Yes, but do hurry back.
Yes, Oriane. At this point in your career, in your life, the most important thing is Charles and your love for him. You're thinking about this, aren't you, as you sit down before the mirror in your dressing room?
Mama. What? Mama. Oh, Felice. How often have I told you not to call me Mama?
Oh, Mama.
What am I going to do with you? Oh, tell me. How are you coming along with your voice?
Very well. Professor Gresby is pleased with my progress.
What are you up to now?
I've just finished Faust. I'm to take up Martha next.
Oh, Martha, lovely. You know, Mr. Cassini has a great hope for your future. Do you enjoy your work in the chorus, darling?
Very much. But, Mama, how long must this pretense go on?
Now, Felice, my baby, it will be over sooner than you think. I am going to be married.
Married?
Yes, cara mia, to a very fine, handsome, rich man. We shall all three of us be very happy.
Oh, Mama, when?
Soon, Felice, very soon. Now, child. Yes?
8,000 pardons, my lady, but if you have the time, I should like a word with you.
I am very busy, Peppo. But, well, young lady, you run along now. I hope the advice I have given you will help you to amount to something.
Oh, it will, Madame Donati. And thank you.
Well, what is it, Peppo?
Please, Madonna, is it true what they are all saying? That you are leaving us? Being married?
Yes, it's true.
Oh, no, my lady, no. You must remain. The opera needs you.
The opera? Go away, old man. Go to your world of props where you belong. You fatigue me.
Oh, you grieve me, Madonna. True, I am without physical grace and beauty, but, oh, please, in my heart there is love.
Love? Love, indeed. Go away, buffo. Go down to your room where you belong and stay out of my life. Stay out of what does not concern you.
Peppo doesn't really annoy you, does he, Oriane? He only amuses you. But you're genuinely disturbed about your daughter Felice, because you haven't mentioned her to Charles, have you? Somehow the opportunity has never been right. But you know there'll be plenty of time for that after you're married. And his love for you will make him understand anything. The following morning, Giulio sends for you, and he seems in a strangely happy mood when you enter his office.
Orion, come in, come in.
Where are the papers? Canceling my contract?
On the desk, my dear. There's 6 copies. The sooner you sign them, the sooner you can start preparing for the great day.
You do not want me to perform tomorrow night?
Oh, not necessary at all, Carmi. Now, if you just sign the papers...
Julio.
Yes?
Tell me, how is it that this morning you seem so agreeable? Only yesterday you were tearing out your hair, shouting you were ruined.
I have had a change of heart. I know about love. I know it cannot wait. I thought it over. After all, who am I to oppose Cupid, huh?
Julio, you are lying. What has happened?
All right, you ask. This morning, Madame Brock signed with us.
Kitty Brock? You signed her before you cancel my contract?
Yes, now here are the papers, 6 copies signed at the bottom.
I sign nothing. Good day, Julio.
Wait, Orion, we must discuss this, please.
There is nothing to discuss.
The thought that Giulio has taken you at your word about leaving the company infuriates you, doesn't it, Oriane? That he would sign someone else before you've even given the final release on your contract. And of all people for him to choose, Kitty Brock, a woman you've never liked. Since you refuse to cancel your contract, you continue to sing your roles. Then a few days later, you learn even more about Kitty. It's during a lull in the rehearsal while you're standing in the wings that Peppo, the property man of the company, whispers the unpleasant news in your ear.
My lady.
Huh? You? What are you doing sneaking about?
I would like to tell you how pleased I am that you remain with the opera after all.
Oh, go away, Peppo.
No, it is a wise decision you make, Madonna. That porco is not worthy of you.
Porco? How dare you speak of my beloved in that manner? Go about your business, wretch. I must sing in a moment.
Yes, my lady, sing. Give your love to music. Do not waste it on him who deceives.
Deceives?
I speak the truth, my lady. It is him whom you would call husband that deceives you. He has been seeing her these past weeks. I know. I followed them.
Her? Who? Speak up.
It is the other. The one with the voice of a goat.
Kitty? Oh, no. Peppo, if you speak falsely, I kill you.
No. I speak the truth. Please. Even now, this very moment. Look. The third box to the left. They're together. Do you see, Madonna? They are not looking down at the opera. No, indeed. They look into each other's eyes.
No.
They are in love.
Oh, is it her design to make me out a fool? To take all that is mine? No. Oh, no, I shall not let her do that.
The worst has happened, hasn't it, Oriane? Charles and Kitty. The shock of it keeps you confined to your hotel rooms all the next day. And the evening's performance goes badly. And the day after that brings angry words between you and Giulio when he tells you that Kitty Brock is going to sing your role tonight, regardless of your contract. Later, the odd, strangely devoted little Peppo comes to your dressing room.
My lady.
Peppo, please, let me be.
Madonna, I beg of you, listen to what I have to say.
Oh.
Look, after tonight, Madame Brock will bother you no longer.
What are you saying, Peppo?
In the room where I keep my props, there is a mirror. A mirror especially created for the use of Madame Cazzana.
A mirror?
Yes. But, such a mirror. And so practical. You see, it was purchased for Madame Cazzana nearly 20 years ago by a man who was madly in love with her and very jealous.
Oh, come now. You're speaking in riddles, old man. Explain yourself.
Well, the mirror, the glass, was treated in such a way that a high-pitched trill or vibrato would instantly explode it in one's face. A just reward for vanity, Madonna, would you not agree?
Eh?
Especially if one is accustomed to singing into one's mirror, like the good Faust Margherita.
How is that you have come to possess this mirror?
Madame Cazzana was in love with another, so she gave the mirror to me.
Ah, you're dreaming, old man. If you were telling me the truth, you could not know of the mirror's treatment. Cazzana herself did not know.
But I do know. The jealous lover told me. When Cazzana sang Margherita and the mirror did not explode, the man came to see why. When I told him I had the mirror, he begged me to give it back for fear some innocent one would be hurt.
But you kept the mirror?
Yes. I was certain that someday it would serve its purpose.
Oh, get out of here, people.
So, this then is my reward for offering you happiness.
I told you to leave, Peppo.
Very well, my fine lady. But the next time, you will come to me.
Really?
You think no, Madonna? I shall be waiting for you downstairs in my room with my props where I belong, where all the ugly things are kept.
You know in your heart there is only hatred for Kitty Brock, don't you, Oriane? And you wonder why you failed to take advantage of Peppo's offer. The more you think about it, the more you're certain Peppo told you the truth. The principle of shattering glass by vibration has been known for more than a century. And now you've sent him away, the only one who could help you. As you leave your dressing room and start down the circular stairway...
Oriane!
Oh, Charles.
Oriane, where have you been? I tried to reach you.
Charles, you have to excuse me now. I must see Julio.
Oh, wait, it's important. I have something to say to you.
Well, all right, but do hurry.
I hardly know how to begin. It's rather difficult to...
Charles, what is it?
Oriane, I must ask you to release me from my promise.
Release you?
Oriane, please don't hate me.
So it's true. The Brock woman, is it?
Yes, it happened all at once. It was sudden, overwhelming. Neither of us could help it.
Oh, Charles, you fool!
Wait.
It's finally happened, hasn't it, Oriane? You've lost everything. Though you're still under contract, Julio has replaced you in the company. And now Charles has rejected you. You walk backstage behind the lofty proscenium as though lost in a dream. As the hours pass, you can concentrate on only one thing, one person, Kitty Brock. She's the cause of it all, isn't she? Then in the distance you hear the chorus rehearsing for tonight's performance of Faust. Concealed behind a flat, you watch your daughter Felice as she sings. So young, so alive. Then another voice becomes audible. Kitty Brock rehearsing your role. The role of Margarita. Her voice taunts you, doesn't it, Oriane? You begin to tremble with rage. And then a thought flickers through your mind.
Jewel song. Margarita gazes into a mirror. A mirror.
The hatred you feel for Kitty Brock swells within you. You turn, rush downstairs to the property room. It's the first time you've been below the opera house. You find the air damp, faded. And as you walk along the dark corridor, you see a dim light at the far end, and you hear Peppo.
Peppo! Peppo!
Oh. It is the fine lady come to visit Peppo, huh? What an honor you accord me.
Peppo, I am in need of your help. I have no time to lose. I must have the mirror. Peppo, please give it to me.
A moment. For what reason do you want it?
For what reason do you think? The Brock woman. She has robbed me of my fiancé, my position, everything.
Everything, my lady? Or is it just that she has robbed you of your lover?
Are you going to give me the mirror?
Yes, I will give you the mirror. Take it.
Thank you. And then now, Peppo.
Yes?
You leave the building and stay away until after the performance tonight.
Oh, but Madonna, Mr. Cassini, what will he say when he asks me? What shall I say?
You were called away suddenly. Somebody in the family was ill. Anything, I don't care. It will be safer. If you are not here, they cannot blame you. An accident. Someone picks up the wrong mirror by mistake.
Yes, I understand. Yes, I will go immediately.
You watch Peppo back out of the room, twisting the tattered cap in his hand. The moment he's gone, you pick up the mirror. Quickly, you slip it under your wrap and hurry to your dressing room. You put in a call to Union Station, reserve a compartment on the late train to New York. Moments later, you're backstage, to the left wing, where the garden sequence paraphernalia is set and waiting. You hurry to the jewel box on the table. Quickly, you remove the mirror from the box. Replace it with the deadly one you got from Peppo. Yes, Oriane. In a fraction of a second, the deed is accomplished. Back at your apartment, you spend the rest of the afternoon packing for your trip to New York. Then shortly before 6 that evening, you hurry from the building. Your train doesn't leave till 9:40, and you decide to have dinner at a quaint little Italian restaurant not far from Union Station. As you approach the waiting cab, the driver opens the door for you.
Wait!
You turn, see Giulio Cassini hurrying down the street toward you.
Hurry, driver. The Fior d'Italia restaurant, Commercial Street.
You're relaxed, aren't you, Orion? Hours later, as the train pulls out of the station, you lean back in your chair, give yourself up to the slow, hypnotic rhythm of the wheels on the track. Wheels that every moment take you further away from the opera house, where the performance is now in progress. Suddenly a picture flashes through your mind. The opera. Kitty Brock and the Jewel Song. You can see her now, can't you? Singing into the mirror. You can almost hear the high-pitched trill and then the glass shattering.
It is too bad, Madame Brock, that your first performance with this company shall be your last.
About 10 o'clock, you step out of your compartment, start down the narrow corridor toward the club car, and then suddenly your ears become alert. Your brain starts spinning wildly as two voices emerge from a compartment up ahead.
Oh, come along, darling.
That's Kitty Brock's voice. What is she doing on this train?
A moment later, you see her step into the corridor, followed by Charles. You stand there dumbfounded, unable to move, unable to think.
Kitty, don't you think we ought to wire Julio?
When we arrive in New York, we'll be soon enough.
Do you think he'll be mad because we eloped? Missing the performance tonight, I mean.
He'll be furious, of course. But who cares?
I doubt very much if Orion will ever sing for Cassini again.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose. Well, it's Felice. She's quite good, you know.
Felice? Who is...
Orion's daughter. You didn't know.
Felice. Felice. Oh, no.
Oh, Miss Felice will have to sing. She's the only one left who knows the rules.
Conductor! I must get off the train immediately. You must stop.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I've got to get back to Los Angeles.
Well, we'll be in Pasadena in a few minutes. You can get off there, take a cab.
What time is it now?
10 minutes after 10, ma'am.
All right. I get off at Pasadena. One, 7, 9, 4. Busy. Oh, no. It can't be. It can't. Try operator. Oh. Who was keeping the operator? Operator. I'm trying to reach Creston 1794. But I keep getting busy signal. Will you check that for me, please?
That is a toll call, madam.
Oh, hurry, it's important.
The number is Creston 1794.
Yes, do hurry.
One moment, please.
Oh. Really? Who was taking her so long? Operator! I've got to reach Felice.
Hello?
Yes, operator.
Creston 1794 has been reported out of order.
Out of order?
I'm sorry if you'll place your call later.
But it's important. I must get through somehow. Please, is there anything you can do?
I'm sorry, the line is out of order.
Oh! Taxi!
Yes, ma'am?
The Opera House in Los Angeles. Can you make it in 20 minutes? I've got to be backstage before 10:40.
20 minutes? That's pretty quick, lady.
Make it quicker if you can. Don't worry about traffic fines. I pay for everything. Please hurry. It's a matter of life and death.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a brief weather forecast. No, I'm not going to predict just how cold it's going to be or how often. But this much I do know. The kind of weather we're likely to have during the next couple of months is tough on car batteries. And you can never tell how suddenly you may need a new one. That's why it'll pay every driver to keep these facts in mind about the new Signal Deluxe battery. Unlike ordinary batteries, which may be guaranteed for 12 or 18 months, Signal Deluxe batteries are guaranteed for a full 30 months on a service basis. The secret of this extra long life in Signal Deluxe batteries is their superior construction, which includes improved type rubber separators and a new design all-rubber case, which requires water less often. As a result, Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power for quick, dependable starting. So before you buy any battery, stop by your Signal service station. Find out the liberal trade-in your Signal dealer will offer you on today's finer, longer life battery, a new Signal Deluxe battery. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's a race against time, isn't it, Oriane? The minutes tick away, precious minutes. And finally your cab roars into downtown Los Angeles. You must reach the opera before the jewel song begins. Before your daughter Felice, as Margarita, sings into the deadly mirror you had hoped would shatter in Kitty Brock's face. Then as you're within half a block of the opera house.
Driver, what's the matter? Why are you stopping?
Sorry, lady, I can't run over the car in front of me.
Can't you go around there?
Sorry again, that's impossible.
All right. Here's your fare. Keep the change. I run the rest of the way. I must get backstage before 10:40.
Well, lady, you can't get out here. Be careful.
A small crowd had gathered near the opera house, stunned by the news of the tragedy. They saw Giulio Cassini slip out the side entrance with Felice Donati. They watched the sobbing girl, a handkerchief covering her face, being assisted toward the waiting ambulance.
Now, my dear, everything will be all right. Please, let us through. Let me have your hand. Please.
Giulio.
Take it easy, please. Now, we're all right. Please.
Hours later in the hospital waiting room, Giulio Cassini, hands clasped behind his back, stood by the window staring out into the night. The room was quiet except for the gentle sobbing of the woman who sat nearby. Giulio turned, placed his hand on her shoulder, and then a door opened softly. A white-clad figure stepped out into the hall and approached them.
Doctor? Doctor, how is she? Mr. Giulio Cassini? Yes. Will she be all right?
Well, she'll pull through okay. But her face was cut quite badly by the glass.
Oh, may we see her now, Doctor?
This is Felice, Doctor, the injured lady's daughter. May we go in?
For a moment, yes. Come along.
Oh, thank you. Come along, please.
Mr. Cassini.
Yes?
Do you know how this accident happened?
According to the cab driver, Oriane jumped from her taxi, started to run toward the opera house, saying she had to get there before 10:40. She did not see the car approaching.
10:40?
Yes, that is just the time when the jewel song starts.
And that's when Beppo rushed onto the stage, stopped the show. He grabbed the mirror from me and broke it into 1,000 pieces.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Night Melody.
Marshall was nervous. His hand shook as he dialed Helen's number on the phone in the drugstore a block away from the apartment. He realized he shouldn't be calling her now, of all times. He knew he was coming back tonight, knew every step of the plan. They'd gone over it carefully a week ago, before he left for Phoenix. But even though it was dangerous, he had to call her. Had to still that terrible, unsure feeling in the pit of his stomach. And Helen reacted just as he expected.
But I told you not to call me, Marshall.
I had to, Helen. I had to make sure. What about the alley door?
Open. I fixed it a few minutes ago.
You know what you're going to say when they call you in?
Of course.
You sure Mr. Prentice will be coming home at the same time?
Of course, Marshall. He's as regular as clockwork. Now, don't be silly, darling. You can trust me. Everything is just waiting for you to walk in.
All right, Helen. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Yes, it's all waiting for you, Marshall. The side door open and ready for you. The vial of poison in your pocket. Your wife, Melody, alone in the apartment. Her sister, Helen, upstairs, ready with her story of the strange man. But the tense, uncertain feeling is still there. Worse now as you sit in the room with Melody, talking to her, knowing what's going to happen in a matter of minutes.
My dear wandering husband. Same as ever, always doing the unexpected.
Surprised?
Oh, not exactly. Only one thing could have brought you home from Phoenix this way. You've come to say goodbye, haven't you?
You're very direct, Melody.
I'm sorry it didn't work out, Marshall. Who is she?
I think that's beside the point.
Yes, I guess it is. I suppose it's my own fault in a way. I have treated you a little like a toy. An expensive one, of course.
Let's forget that, shall we? After all, we're adults.
And there's no reason why we shouldn't part good friends. You're so right, Marshall. Always so right.
Good. Let's have a drink on it, huh?
All right.
Scotch and soda?
Of course. Whoever your new playmate is, Marshall, I hope she has money. Because you certainly won't get any of mine. I was just talking to my sister this evening.
Helen? What's she got to do?
I told her again that if anything happens to me, everything I have goes to her. That's all.
Well, that's as it should be. Huh. What's that, a music box?
I'm going ahead with my makeup, if you don't mind. My new perfume bottle, dear. I just got it yesterday.
Clever, isn't it? Same old perfume, though, huh?
Night Melody. Supposed to fit my personality, you know. Never liked it. Did you, dear?
No. I was rather surprised to find you dressed. You going somewhere?
Does it matter?
Well, I suppose it's none of my business now. Well, here's your drink.
Let me put back the stuff.
Oh,
you made me spill it, Marshal. Why can't
I
you
didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry, Melody.
So it's all over my new
Here, there you are. Phew, that's strong, isn't it?
You don't like it, do you? You never liked anything.
Please, Melody. We're good friends, remember? Here's your drink.
Oh, all right.
To the future, huh?
To the future. Oh, I've never tasted anything quite so strong. It's almost... What is it, Marshal? Marshal, have you done it?
Well, it worked, Marshal, and quickly. Yes. Thiocyanin always does. And the full vial in Melody's drink made it almost instantaneous. You bend over her, check, then straighten up and look at your watch. 1:15. Still unscheduled. It takes only a moment to rinse out the 2 glasses, then hurry to the door, open it, and look into the hall. No one in sight, Marshal. It's perfect. One minute later, you're carrying Melody to the automatic elevator, held on the 4th floor by the little block of wood you left to prop the door open. You put her inside, let the door close, and start down the stairs. At 1:26, you're standing in the shadows of the shrubbery outside the building. At your feet, the suitcase you hid there. Waiting.
Why doesn't he come? Oh, here he comes now. Yeah, this is him. Well, hello, Mr. Prentice.
Oh, Blake, you startled me.
Sorry.
Didn't know you were coming along the sidewalk.
Trying to catch up with you for a block.
Well, a suitcase, eh? Back from another business trip?
Yes, I'm glad of it.
There you are.
Thanks.
Rather nice to meet someone for a change. I'm usually a lone wolf, you know. I suppose it's a lot of every nightclub manager.
You ring for the elevator?
Yep, already started down. Your wife expecting you, Blake?
Why, no, I didn't get a chance to wire her. Probably be quite a surprise.
And it will be quite a surprise, won't it, Marshal? Yes. You'll probably have to pick Prentice off the floor when that elevator door opens and he sees what's inside. But most important of all, Prentice will produce an alibi no one could possibly break down. Yes, it's so natural. You're walking up to him outside, the suitcase in your hand, just back from Phoenix. The 2 of you walking in together, discovering Melody together. Yes, Marshal, it's airtight. And as the elevator dial moves around, you begin to brace yourself. 4, 3, 2, 1. You're ready now, waiting. Prentice slides the door back. The elevator is empty.
Well, what's the matter, Blake? Step in. There's plenty of room.
With the prologue of Night Melody, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange tale by The Whistler. You know, the sound effects they use for radio are mighty interesting. For instance, suppose I were to broadcast that message you see in Signal gasoline ads. It takes extra quality to go farther, and Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, if I said that through the filter mic, here's how it would sound. It takes extra quality to go farther, and Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. On the other hand, through the echo chamber, it would sound like this. It takes extra quality to go farther, and Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. But after all, the important thing is what you say, not how you say it. And in gasoline, the important thing is that it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. You see, those quick signal starts save gasoline. That fast signal pickup and smooth, knock-free signal power mean more efficient engine performance. And if a gasoline helps you enjoy more engine efficiency, it naturally helps you get more mileage. That's why Signal says just check your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. You'll find it's true. In gasoline, it does take extra quality to go farther. And remember, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
You stand at the door of the elevator like an idiot, too stunned to speak. It's unbelievable, isn't it, Marshal? You put Melody's body in that elevator not 5 minutes ago, yet the car is empty. You fight an impulse to run out of the elevator, upstairs to the 5th floor in Helen's apartment. But you can't, can you, Marshal? No one must know there was ever more than a casual friendship between you and Helen. As the car rises, you tell yourself that your wife, Melody, is dead, that she couldn't get up and walk away. Or could she? You follow Prentice out onto the 4th floor and start down the corridor, deciding now it's best to keep close to him for the time being.
You seem a little ruffled tonight, Blake. Anything wrong?
Oh, no. I had kind of a rough time on the plane, though, and, well, come on in, Prentice. Have a nightcap with me.
Won't we disturb your wife?
Oh, she won't mind. Just a quickie.
Well, you know me.
Good. I know Melody will be happy to see you.
Lights are on. Perhaps she's still up.
Melody? Oh, Melody. Melody, darling. I'm home. Prentice.
What's the matter?
She's not here. She's not in the apartment.
What's wrong with that?
Why, I don't know.
Oh, she might have gone out for the evening or... Wait a minute. Look there.
Huh?
That overnight bag next to the divan. Was she going somewhere?
Well, she couldn't have. I mean, she couldn't have gone far.
Of course not. Well, Blake, what about it?
Well, what about what?
Didn't you ask me in for a drink?
Oh, yes, sure. Help yourself, will you? It's on the sideboard there.
Righto. And I'd say you could use a drink. Well, that's strange.
What is it?
She couldn't have left very long ago. These glasses must have been rinsed in hot water. They're still warm.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, how do you suppose it... Hey, what is that? Perfume?
Oh, yes, it's a favorite of my wife's. Named for her something. Night Melody.
And the scent of it, heavier than ever now, makes you almost feel Melody near you. Sweet, sickening, filling the room with her presence, her brittle, mocking laugh. At long last, Prentice finishes his drink. And the minute you hear his door close across the hall, you hurry out. Search the corridors on the 4th floor, then down the stairs to the 3rd, the 2nd, and finally into the lobby. Where is she, Marshal? What happened to Melody?
Oh, Mrs.
Oh, Mr. Flick, I thought I heard someone. Is something wrong?
My wife. I'm awfully worried, Mr. McPherson. She's not in the apartment.
Well, didn't you know?
Know what?
Well, I thought she was leaving on a trip tonight.
She didn't tell me. I just got in from Phoenix.
Oh, dear. You must have just missed each other. I'm sure I heard Mrs. Blake go out, and well, I'm sure of it now. That's your wife's perfume. Can't you smell it?
Yes, I do smell it.
Oh, well, wait a minute. I'll check for you, Mr. Blake. I'll call the night man. He brought her trunk up from the basement this afternoon. Now, I'm sure he'll know. didn't mention anything to you this afternoon, Mr. Neville? Yes, I see. Well, Mr. Blake's quite worried, and he... Oh, you did. You saw her leave the building a short time ago.
What did he say?
The night man saw her leave. About what time, Mr. Neville? 1:30 or so?
Wait a minute. What's he...
Oh, and she was carrying her overnight bag. I see. Well, thank you. Yes, good night.
Overnight bag? Tell me, what did he say about...
But she was carrying it with her.
Bag?
Oh, now, there's nothing to worry about, Mr. Blake. Come, I'll fix you some tea. Only be a moment, and I'll... That perfume, it's in here, too. Isn't that odd?
Oh, it's the wrong key, huh? Let me see here. Oh, what's wrong with this silly thing?
Oh, Blake.
Huh. Oh, Prentice. I'm having a little trouble with the key here. I'll get it in a minute.
What's the matter?
Oh, the key is locked.
Yeah, let me...
Oh.
There you are.
Thanks.
Is there something wrong?
No, nothing. Come on in, will you?
I don't mean to be curious, but good Lord, man, there's nothing to get worked up about.
Let me see. Where is it? Excuse me a minute, will you? Excuse me. It isn't here either. It's gone.
What's gone?
Her overnight bag, Melody's. It was here a minute ago.
I guess that's what she came back for.
What did you say?
Well, I thought it was she. Someone came and went only a minute ago.
But she couldn't have. I mean,
Look, Blake, there's one way to settle it. Let's go up and check with her sister, Helen.
And that's not on the program either, is it, Marshal? You're too bewildered to even think now, as Mr. Prentice guides you up the stairs to the next floor and Helen's apartment. Someone knows. You're sure of it now. Someone has been in on it from the first, and the whole thing is a careful, insidious plan to trap you. But who, Marshal? Who could it be? Then as the two of you start down the sixth-floor corridor, something hits you between the eyes.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. You can trust me. Everything is just waiting for you to walk in.
You stop short for a minute, your mind spinning, and then continue on after Prentice. Walk in, Marshal. Walk into what?
Oh, Mr. What's the matter? Why?
Oh, nothing at all, Miss Mason.
I'm sorry, Helen.
Marshal, something's wrong. What is it?
We didn't want to disturb you, Miss Mason.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about Melody, Helen. Well, you know I've been in Phoenix for the past 2 weeks. I just returned unexpectedly and...
Tell me, Marshal, what is it?
Well, she's at home.
Melody isn't at home?
There's really nothing to be alarmed about. You know, of course, that she planned a trip. You can't seem to convince Blake here that...
Please, Mr. Prentice, would you mind if I talk to Helen alone?
Oh, not at all. Good night, Miss Mason. Sorry to have disturbed you, but poor Blake here.
Of course. Come in, Marshal, and thank you, Mr. Prentice.
Not at all.
What's the matter?
Everything.
Did you do it?
Yes, right on schedule. Only one thing.
What?
When Prentice and I opened the elevator door, she wasn't there.
What do you mean?
That she wasn't there. Everybody's trying to tell me she's walking around the building.
Oh, Marshal, are you sure
She was dead, I tell you. When I put her in that elevator, she was
Oh,
dead.
don't be ridiculous. Tell me now. Tell me exactly what happened.
It went off perfectly. I got up to her apartment just after 1. We talked a while. I suggested a farewell drink, and then I...
Go on.
Wait a minute. Helen. You.
What's the matter?
She's been here, too, hasn't she?
Marshal, what are you...
Night Melody. Here in this room. I can smell it.
What are you talking
Melody's
about?
perfume.
Perfume? What in the
Only
world?
one way it could have happened, Helen. Just one way.
Marshal.
You're double-crossing me, Helen. You're trying to use me for a fall guy. It's Melody's money, isn't it? That's all you're after.
Wait a minute, Marshal.
What did you do with her, Helen? What did you do with Melody? The next thing I know, she'll turn up in my lap with 15 witnesses. When are you going to spring that?
Sorry you don't know what you're saying.
I gave you credit for better sense. You're in it, you know. You're in it as deep as I am. Well, it's not going to work, Helen. You better understand that right now.
Marshal, listen to me.
I'm through listening to you.
Oh, please. Please, darling. You've just got to believe in me before it's too late.
Oh, Helen, I couldn't believe.
Oh, my poor darling. Listen to me now. I know we're in this together. There's only one way we can win. We've got to stay together. Always.
I love you, Helen. I love you so much.
If she's gone, it's because someone found her. Because someone knows.
Oh, no. The manager, even Prentice.
There's only one way out now, Marshal. There isn't much time.
What do you mean?
They do know, darling, but they don't know enough. If they did, they'd be here by now. We've got to get out of here.
When?
Right now. My car's down in the basement garage. We can be out of the state by daylight.
You know what that means?
Yes, Marshal. I know what that means.
There's a sick feeling of defeat inside you as you wait for her to dress. Yes, you know what it means to run now, don't you, Marshal? From this minute on, the two of you are giving up all thought of the money, admitting to the world and the law that you murdered Melody Blake. But Helen's right. There's only one explanation. They know everything, and from now on, it's only a matter of time. 5 minutes later, the two of you are in the elevator, going down to the basement in Helen's car.
That's it, Marshal. Let's get the door.
Yeah.
Car's over here.
It's so dark, I can't.
Here, take my hand.
Is there anyone on duty?
The night man's working upstairs, I think. Hurry, darling. What's the matter?
Helen, look. On the table over there. Under the window.
Where? I don't see it.
I don't understand.
They brought her down here.
Melody, you are dead, aren't you? You are dead.
I'm afraid she is.
Oh, Mr. Blake, it's awful. I had no idea when I told
Please, Mr. McPherson.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Brackett, homicide. Mrs. McPherson called us.
But why? What are you doing here?
I don't think it's necessary to explain that.
You surprised, Helen?
Marshal.
You're stunned, aren't you? Right out of a clear sky. You had no idea.
Please, darling, believe me.
That's the trouble. I did believe you. You should have had better sense, Helen. It won't work, you know. It's the wrong kind of a frame. There's still two of us.
Stop,
Two of us, Helen, you and I. Yeah, you get that, Lieutenant? Two of us. I didn't kill her. I was the machine, the dummy. She pulled the strings.
You don't know what you're
Shut
saying.
up. Well, I'm pulling the strings now, all of them. All right, officer. You make yourself comfortable. I've got quite a story to tell you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But now, a message especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon. If they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. So Signal has brought out a finer motor oil, especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Signal Premium Motor Oil. Of course, it has 100% pure paraffin base. But in addition, Signal Premium contains 5 scientific new compounds. The result? Road and laboratory tests prove that motors stay 6 times cleaner, and cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium Motor Oil. And that holds just as true for old motors as for new ones. So make your next oil change a change to the new Signal oil that's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
It's a terrible thing, Marshal, the four of you standing in the gloom of the basement garage. Just enough light from the street lamp outside filtering through the dirty window to give the whole picture an ethereal, ghostly pallor. You hear yourself talking now, slowly at first, then faster as the hatred inside you drives the whole thing out of your brain and in a flood of words. You tell everything. How you fell in love with Helen. About the night you discovered you were both thinking of murder and of Melody's money, of the poisoned drink, the elevator, the maddening discovery that Melody's body was gone. Helen begins to sob. Mrs. McPherson and the lieutenant just stand there quietly listening.
Well, that's all, Lieutenant. I don't know what she's done to try to implicate me, what kind of a yarn she's told you, but that's the truth. And no one will ever make me change it.
Oh, Marshal, why? Why?
Well, what about it, officer?
Amazing what you can run into in an apartment house garage. Come on.
Where are we going?
The night man's room is down here. I'd like to have you talk to him.
The night man?
Bring the lady, Mrs. McPherson.
This way, Miss Mason. No, I won't. I'm not going
You'll do what I tell you. You're both under arrest. Suspicion of murder.
But the night man, what's he got to do?
Take it easy. You'll see in a minute. Oh, Flynn.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Can we see him now?
Sure, go on in.
Come on. How are you now, Mr. Novello?
I don't know, Lieutenant.
You know Mr. Blake here?
Mr. Blake? Mr. Blake, please believe me, I didn't mean to do it. I tried to explain. After it happened, I got scared and I lost my head. That's why I lied about seeing your wife go out and everything.
Just a minute, Mr. Novello. Tell Mr. Blake exactly what you did.
I was cleaning up on the fourth floor, and I found Mrs. Blake in the elevator. She'd fainted.
Fainted?
Go on, Mr. Novello.
I picked her up to carry back to her apartment, and as I passed the stairway, I tripped and fell down all the way to the landing. She hit her head. I know it. I killed her. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to kill her.
You mean he told you?
Funny, isn't it? We thought he was lying. Had him all ready to book. Until you cleared him.
Good Lord.
Helen. Never mind, Marshal. It's no use now.
Well, let's go, you two. Oh, Mr. Novello, a word of advice. Next time you fall downstairs with a body in your arms, don't lose your head and hide it in the air conditioning intake. Every apartment in the building is full of that perfume. Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, makers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Joseph Kearns and Doris Singleton. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Pavaner. You would think that a man going home after more than half a year here in a little town in France would be happy. I came over here in November on one of those post-war jobs. I've been here in Vignecourt ever since. The house here was built in 1341, and the old cemetery out near the abandoned airfield can tell you how many generations of Rocheforts have lived and died here. It was, of course, the oddest kind of coincidence that I, Andrew Pierre Etienne Rochefort, whose family had been American since the days of Lafayette, should return to his ancestral home. I am the first Rochefort who has stepped inside this house since the First World War, when Colonel Paul-Marie Rochefort died at Chemin des Dames. Madame Simone, who owns the house now, has been a most satisfactory doyenne to me and to Ahmed Ali ibn Musa, my Algerian assistant, even if she does have difficulty comprehending my French, and I hers. I have succeeded in having the ancient piano tuned. There's an American cook here in town who was a piano tuner in civilian life. And Ahmed Ali and I have spent some pleasant evenings, alternately at the piano and in long and complicated discussions of Christian and Mohammedan theology. Ahmed shares with me an inordinate admiration for the works of Ravel, and in particular the one called Pavaner pour une enfant défunte, Pavaner for a dead princess. You remember? I remember that this night we'd been talking about the curious quality of fatalism that colors the whole life of the Mohammedan.
It's all prescribed for us, the prophet said, before we're born, you see.
But you do admit that individuals can alter the patterns of their own lives and of others, don't you, Ahmed?
We only think we alter them, Andrew. Whatever we may do is merely bringing to life the cosmic play script that is already written for us. We're bound by the script as actors are. As a matter of fact, we are actors, playing parts in a drama.
Or a comedy.
Yes, or a comedy that we've never rehearsed. That unfolds for us, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day.
Yeah, it's reducing life to a pretty uninteresting formula, isn't it?
No, by all means, no. On the contrary, I find it provides me, at least, with a consuming curiosity to see what's on the next page.
Well, it certainly simplifies things, doesn't it?
It occasionally provides a surprise.
Such as the fact that I'm not going to play the Pavaner again for you tonight.
What is written is written.
In that case, I'll just cross up the prophet and play it for you then. See who it is. Will you walk with? Of course. What's the matter?
Well, it seems the old gentleman is in some kind of trouble and needs me again.
Can't he get through one evening without calling for help?
I'm sorry. I'll really have to go, you know.
Well, all right. See you in the morning, then.
Right.
Good night. Ahmed.
Yeah?
Was that written too? Turn out the lights, will you, Ahmed? Thanks. Who's that? Who are you?
What? It's Sweetest Princess.
What?
I am the princess.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm sorry. I heard you playing my song, and I wanted to see you. You played very nicely.
Well, thank you. Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm right here. I can see you.
I'll turn on the light.
Oh, no.
What? Well, why not?
Well, if you turn on the light, I'd have to go away.
Go away? Go home, you mean?
It isn't exactly home. It's where I'm staying.
Did you run away from your mother?
No. I don't have any mother.
Oh.
Would you play some more?
Why? What would you like to hear?
My song,
The one I was playing?
Yes,
Why do you call it your song?
because I'm the princess. I think.
You have a name, though.
Oh, yes. Joan. In French, it's Jean.
That's a very pretty name.
Yes. Please play.
All right.
must go now.
Wouldn't you like a chocolate bar to take with you?
I don't know what that is.
It's nice to eat.
No, thank you.
Well, maybe your folks would like it.
I don't have any folks. Do you have?
Me? Oh, yes. I have a wife.
You don't have a little girl?
No. Not yet.
I could be a little girl if you wanted me to.
You could.
Maybe you wouldn't want me to.
Well, I don't know, Joan. I haven't seen you yet.
Well, someday you can see me. If you really want to.
I'd like to very much.
But now I have to go.
Would you like me to go with you? It's awfully dark out. And it's late.
Oh, no. I'm not afraid of the dark. I will kiss him now.
In the dark, I felt the touch of the child's lips on my forehead. And I was conscious of a sweetness and a sadness that was almost a physical blow. And she spoke again in the darkness.
Well, what?
I called to her. Joan, wait. Wait, child.
Play my song some other night and I'll come back.
And then the door closed, and I was alone. I sat for a long time in the dark, thinking of what the war had done to so many thousands of children. Nameless, homeless, hopeless. And it was a long time before I began suddenly to wonder. This little girl, this little princess spoke English. Where did she learn that? And where did she learn the name of the song? Why was she afraid of the light? And I smiled to myself as I thought vaguely of a little girl ghost. But my dreams when I'd gone to bed in the dark were of a little girl who skipped by my side and called me father, but who faded into nothingness when I reached for her hand. I questioned Ahmed about her. He knew nearly all the unhappy, skinny children of Vinya Court.
None of that description, Andrew. I'm sure I remember.
I asked Miss Lewis, the Quaker girl at the little hospital.
No. I'm certain I've never seen a child that answers to that. You say her name is Joan?
Joan. That's right. I've never seen her.
Well, new children appear almost every day. I'll watch for her, Andrew.
I watched the children of the town from my office window. I found myself paying only half-hearted attention to the ponderous trivialities the town dignitaries brought to my desk. I found myself listening for a certain voice in the clamor of children playing soundly in the street. You will pardon me, I am sure. I've always considered myself a practical, down-to-earth person. And I wish you to consider the effect such an occurrence has upon such a man. You can understand, I am sure, that I was forced to two almost inescapable conclusions. The first, that I had seen a ghost, I discarded at once. Almost at once. The second, that I had had an extraordinarily vivid dream. This conclusion I accepted. But Ahmed,
I'm not so sure you're right, Andrew. There's a way, you know, to make sure.
I had almost forgotten that.
Play my song some other night and
I'll come back.
It wasn't merely curiosity. Something about this sweet, childish voice had aroused sentiments in me that I didn't know I possessed. Margaret and I have been married 7 years. We had resigned ourselves to the fact that we should probably always be childless. But Joan, the homeless, fatherless, motherless waif who had come to me in the darkness, might she not be the child Margaret and I wished we could have? I determined to try to bring her back. Yes, I admit I felt foolish as I sat down in the dark at the piano. And I placed my flashlight beside the keyboard. I was to regret that. It was very dark and very quiet as I began. Where did you come from?
I just came in.
Where have you been all this time, child?
Oh, out there.
I've been looking everywhere for you.
But you didn't play my song?
I was afraid it wouldn't bring you.
Did you really want me?
I wanted you very much.
I'm very glad. I was afraid nobody would want me.
Joan, where do you live?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm just not sure. I don't remember very well.
Well, but... Well, Joan, haven't you any parents?
Parents? No.
Are they...
Well, they're not dead. They're just not.
I don't understand you, dear.
Why did you call me dear?
Well,
Is it because you love me?
Why...
Is it? Do you love me?
Yes, Joan.
Do you have a little girl of your own?
No.
I wish I could be a little girl.
Well, perhaps you could.
I could call you Mother.
Why, yes.
And I would have a mama, too?
Oh, yes.
I would like it. Oh, I would like it very much.
Shall I turn on the lights now so we can see each other?
No. You couldn't see me if you turned on the light. Are you afraid I'm not pretty?
I'm sure you're pretty.
I don't know.
You'd have blue eyes and dark hair.
Yes.
And you'd have a pretty little snub nose.
With freckles?
With freckles.
Is that the way you want me?
Exactly.
Would my mama love me, too?
As much as I do, darling.
You might not love me if you knew all about me.
Oh, yes, I would.
I would love you and Mama very much. All my life I would love you.
Then it's settled. Now, let's have a look at you. Shall we? I picked up my flashlight and pressed the switch. I called, Joan! Joan! and flicked the wall switch, the bare bulb hanging from the ceiling threw every object in the room into bright relief. I was alone. And as I stood there, dazed in the sudden brightness, I heard a small sound. I need not tell you of the bitterness in my heart when I realized what I had done. I need not tell you of the agony that sent me racing into the night outside, calling frantically for the child. I needn't tell you of the doubt and wonder, the wild thoughts that clutched at me. Was it a dream? It couldn't have been a dream. Was it a ghost I had seen? I couldn't bring myself to believe that. And yet, I took leave of absence. Achman and I and Miss Lewis searched every corner of the town. We took long trips into the country, delved into ancient, deserted houses, questioned hundreds of people.
There is another single place to look, Andrew.
It was a dream, Andrew.
But I knew it couldn't have been a dream. And though my friends tried their best to dissuade me, I could not give up my search. Night after night, I sat at the piano. But never the sound of a softly opening door, never anything but silence and solitude and an overpowering sense of guilt. And I fell ill. Ahmed and Miss Lewis were with me a great deal.
Can we drink this, Andrew?
Watching me, nursing me, stilling my delirium. At last the fever passed, and I opened my eyes to the same dingy, ancient room in the house of my forefathers. Then, lying alone in my bed at night, I came to the final, inescapable conclusion. Joan did not exist. Joan had lived in this house in some other time. Joan did not exist. This was a haunted house. And I remember how I wept alone in the dark one night, thinking how I had banished her from me forever. I whispered her name in the darkness. Joan.
I was afraid you didn't want me, really.
You did come back.
Do you want me?
I don't know how we can do without you, darling.
I know. I heard you crying in the night.
I did cry, Joan.
I know. I cried, too.
You know what I thought? You know why I cried?
Yes. You thought I was a ghost.
But you're not.
No. Father.
And you are going to be our little girl.
You're sure you want me?
More than anything else in the world.
Would you swear it?
Yes.
No matter what happens?
No matter what happens.
And you'll always love me?
Always.
And you won't mind if you can't see me for a little while?
Whatever you say, Joan, I can't lose you again.
And
if I'm different when you see me?
How old are you, Joan?
Why, I'm not old at all.
You're... I don't understand you. Of course you're not old.
No, I don't mean that.
My darling, I don't understand.
Well, you see, you have to take me the way I am. If you really want to.
Of course. You sound like a grown-up when you said that.
I know what is written.
Joan.
Then you take me for your very own, no matter what happens.
And I spoke with all the deep sincerity of a man entering into a solemn compact involving the lives of 3 people. I do, Joan.
I will love you as long as I live.
Now turn on the lights and let me see my little girl.
No,
Why not, darling?
because if you turn on the light, you can't see me.
But why can't I?
Why? Because I'm not born yet, you see.
Joan?
But I will be. I'll be your really, truly own little girl.
Is this true, child?
Yes. It's true. Now I can tell you the rest of it.
The rest? What?
You said I would be your little girl. No matter what happened.
Yes. I meant it.
You have to mean it. You said it. I couldn't tell you before.
Tell me what? Darling, what?
Oh, Father. I loved you so much. And I deceived you. I wanted you to be my father.
Oh, what is it? Child, what is it?
I'll be your little girl. But not for so very long.
Well, what do you mean by that?
It is written, Father. I have to die when I'm 8 years old.
And it was the next morning that Ahmed brought me the cablegram from Margaret. He read it to me.
Our daughter, born this morning, 7 o'clock. 7 pounds, dark-haired, blue-eyed loveliness. How do you like Joan for a name? Love, Margaret.
You would think that a man going home after 8 months in a little town in France would be a happy man. Going home to see a newborn daughter. You think so? Wouldn't you? And directed by Willis Cooper. And the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Joan Laser played Joan. Donald Briggs was Ahmed Ali. And Ann Seymour was Miss Lewis. Albert Berman Play the music for Quiet Please. Now for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Next week, after more than 2 years, this series of Quiet Please comes to an end. And for our show next week, number 107, I'm giving you a play based on the title of the series, Quiet Please.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come in, won't you? We're having a bit of a demonstration here tonight. Presto, the magician, is sawing a corpse in half. And for an extra fee, he'll saw the halves in half. But we'll have to take up a collection of quarters. Don't worry. He won't go out on a limb. Not your limb. He's strictly a torso man, only more so. And if you ever want him to decapitate anybody, remember, he gets $5 a head.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Over My Dead Body, is an original radio drama written by Robert Sloan and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Robert with Vera Allen as Mary.
Ready now, friends. You've heard of dead men who turn over in their graves, haven't you? Well, tonight's story is about a grave that turns over on a dead man. The casket was ordered from the local undertaking establishment. It was delivered to a private mausoleum on the estate of old Mr. Edgar Finley. But when it arrived, his housekeeper couldn't understand why the eccentric old gentleman had purchased it.
Mr. Finley, did you order a casket?
Yes, Mary. I ordered it. I told them to put it downstairs in the crypt of the mausoleum.
But what do you want with a casket? Who is it for?
Me?
What?
Now, don't be alarmed, Mary. I'm not nearly as eccentric as most people seem to think. I need that casket.
Why?
Because I'm going to die tonight.
Mr. Finley, what are you saying? I'll call the doctor.
No. You don't understand. There's nothing wrong with me, Mary. I just want to be sure my money falls into the right hands when I die.
Oh, don't talk about dying, Mr. Finley.
I've got to consider it, Mary. I've got to make sure the bulk of my estate will go to the most deserving person. I'm going to make believe I'm dead. That way I can find out a great deal more about my prospective heirs.
You mean you're going to get into that casket and be closed up in the mausoleum?
Oh, I won't be closed up for long. Just long enough to make it look real. Then I'll ring the bell for you to let me out.
But still...
Now, don't be so frightened, Mary. This one. There's a wire running from this room to the mausoleum.
Oh, Mr. Finley.
I'll connect it up with the casket before you close me in. And whenever I need you, I'll just ring the bell.
No, I won't let you do it.
Mary, you'll do as I say. Now, stop being such a sentimental old fool and get yourself a pencil and a piece of paper. I want you to take down the addresses of my niece Eleanor and my cousin Robert. You'll have to send them telegrams in the morning.
Telegrams?
Notifying them of my death. Don't you understand, Mary? Mr. Edgar Finley has just passed on.
This way, Mr. Robert. The casket is down here in the crypt.
Oh, thank you. Careful on these stairs, Eleanor. It's not very light.
I can see. Only I wish you hadn't brought me down here. I don't want to look at Uncle Edgar's casket.
I do. I think it's only decent for us to pay our respects. When was he laid to rest, Mary?
This morning.
Mm-hmm. It all happened very suddenly, didn't it? I mean, nobody ever knew he was sick.
Well,
what did he die of?
His heart, Mr. Robert. It gave out on him.
When?
Good heavens, must you ask me all these questions?
I've got a right to know what happened. Eleanor has too.
But I told you he died during the night.
Without any warning? The doctor say it was his heart?
Yes.
Well, it seems awfully strange. He never complained about his heart before.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Was an autopsy performed on the body?
No.
I see. Where's the casket?
Right here, Mr. Robert.
Well, don't stand there. Aren't you going to open the lid?
Well, no. What for?
I want to see him. Why do you think I came down here?
But you can't open a casket.
You can raise the lid.
Oh, Robert, no.
Don't be a fool. Got to make sure he's really down here.
Don't you believe me?
No. Raise the lid.
Mr. Robert.
Raise it, I said.
All right. I'm not lying to you, Mr. Robert. You can look inside now.
Thank you.
Is he there?
Yes. I guess Mary was telling the truth. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You can lower the lid now.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Robert?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how strange he looked. It was just the way he looked in life.
All right, Mr. Finley, I hear you ringing. I'll come to you right now and let you out.
Mary.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Robert.
I want to talk to you, Mary.
I'll be back in a minute.
I want to talk to you now.
Honestly, Mr. Robert,
Don't get excited. I know all about it.
About what?
The trick. What's it for? Roger Finley isn't dead. Why is he lying in that casket?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie to me. I can see him breathing underneath the glass. Why are you making believe he's dead?
I'm not. I'll talk to you later, Mr. Robert.
Stay where you are.
No, I've got to go to him. He'll suffocate in there if I don't.
I said stay where you are.
Please, didn't you hear that bell? He's ringing for me.
Let him ring.
But the casket is locked from the outside. He'll die if I don't let him out.
Wouldn't that be just too bad?
Mr. Robert, you wouldn't let him die.
Wouldn't I? As far as I know, he's dead already.
But he isn't dead. I'm telling you he isn't.
I can't hear you.
Let me go. He'll be buried alive.
What if he is? When he really dies, I stand a very good chance of inheriting some money.
No, I won't let you kill him.
Oh, I'm not killing him. You are, Mary. You're the only one who knew about this arrangement with the bell. And if you open your mouth about it, the police will arrest you for murder.
Mr. Robert, please. Don't let him die. Don't.
Take it easy, Mary. Won't last very long. Well, just let him keep ringing. Till he can't ring anymore. Bill, stop ringing. It's all over now.
You killed him.
Be quiet.
You let him suffocate in there without lifting a finger to help him.
Stop it, will you?
You won't get away with it.
Would I? Who's going to stop me?
Your mind will stop you and your conscience. You'll hear that bell ringing in your mind as long as you live.
Shut up.
You'll hear it, Robert, day and night. You'll think about him in that casket, tortured and gasping for his last breath. You'll never be able to forget.
I told you to shut up. What's that? What's that bell?
He's still alive.
No, he can't be. I locked the casket with my own hands. There isn't enough air in there to breathe. That's not the same bell. It's a telephone.
You see how it tortures you, Robert? You see how it preys on your mind?
Don't talk about it. Answer that phone.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Mr. Cadman calling.
Yes, Mr. Cadman?
I'd like to speak to you about Mr. Finley's will. As you know, I was Mr. Finley's attorney, and something has come up that particularly concerns you.
Can I speak to you later, Mr. Cadman?
Huh? Oh, why, certainly. I'll be home all evening.
Thank you, sir.
What does Cadman want?
Something about the will. He wants to speak to me.
Why didn't you find out what it was?
I didn't think you'd let me talk. You're so nervous about that bell.
What's the matter?
Listen. Can't you hear it?
What?
The bell. It's ringing again.
I don't hear anything.
It's him ringing the bell. He's still alive.
No, you're just trying to frighten me.
It's there, I tell you. I can hear it.
You're lying.
Listen, Robert, listen.
face at the window.
Where were you?
In the library. It was just outside. It was like a ghost.
Oh, don't be scared, Miss Ellen. It was probably the gardener.
No, it wasn't. It was Uncle Edgar.
Hurry, Mary, hurry. Before Eleanor finds out we've come to the mausoleum.
I don't know why we did come, Mr. Roberts. It won't ease your conscience any to see his body.
Don't argue with me. I've got to know. I've got to find out if he's still in the casket. All right. All right, now quick, unlatch it and open the lid.
Open it yourself. You killed him.
Mary, I'm warning you not to annoy me anymore. My nerves won't stand.
What's the matter, Mr. Roberts? Do you still hear that bell?
Open the casket.
All right. I'll open it. Do you want to raise the lid, or shall I?
Never mind, I'll do it. He's still there.
He's there, all right. Only this time he's dead. This time his tortured body is tightened up and twisting from gasping for air.
Stop it.
What's wrong, Mr. Roberts? Are you afraid to see what you've done?
Close the lid.
Look, Mr. Roberts, look. He's rolled over in his grave.
Get those bells out of my mind. They're driving me crazy. Why don't they stop? Why can't I make them? No. Please, stop. That's better. That's better. That's the way it's got to be. That's got to be silent in my mind. There it goes again. That bell, he's swinging it from his grave. I've got to stop him. I've got to cut the wire. Mary, where are you?
In here, Mr. Roberts, in the living room.
You're ringing that bell.
What bell? I can't hear anything ringing.
What? Stop now.
It's your mind, Mr. Roberts. There wasn't any bell.
Don't lie to me. You've been ringing it all the time, haunting me with it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's the wire? Where is it? Where's the bell?
Right over here.
Give it to me.
Mr. Roberts,
Give it to me, I said. I'll fix it so it won't ring again. There. Disconnected now. It won't ever ring. No, I can't see. It's another bell.
There's only one, Mr. Roberts.
You're doing it. It's a trick. You're doing it with your foot. You want me to lose my mind? Let me go. You see? It isn't ringing anymore. Go.
Choking me.
I warned you not to torture me, Mary. I told you my nerves wouldn't stand. Gonna stop you from ringing that bell. Now you will stop. I'll never hear it anymore. No. Make it stop. Make it stop!
Now, as we find Robert hovering over the body of dear Mary, the bell is still ringing. Quickly, he drags the body behind the sofa in the living room. And as the bell stops, he hears a door open behind him and footsteps in the hall.
Who's there? Who's out there?
Why, it's I, Robert. Mr. Cadman. Nobody answered the front door.
Oh, were you ringing the bell?
I've been ringing it for some time. That's why I took the liberty of letting myself in. Where's Mary?
Mary?
Yes. Why are you looking at me like that? For heaven's sake, what's going on here tonight?
Why?
Well, I called Mary earlier in the evening about Mr. Finley's will. She said she'd call me back, but she never did.
Why, I don't know why not.
Well, neither do I. I've been phoning here all evening, but nobody answers the call.
Oh, that's what the bells were.
What?
Nothing.
Yes, Robert, I've got to speak to Mary about some very important business. Where is she?
Why, I don't know.
Well, you'd better find out if you...
Now, look, what do you want, Mr. Cadman? Make it short. Mary's gone into town, and I'm busy.
Too busy to find out about your inheritance?
Why, no.
I thought that might interest you. The will is supposed to be read tomorrow morning, but it won't be read unless I speak to Mary. It won't even be opened.
Well, what do you mean? You can't hold up that will. You can't stop us from getting what belongs to us.
I can't, but Mr. Finley can.
Mr. Finley?
Yes. He made a last request before he died.
What?
That the will is not to be read unless Mary opens it herself.
Mary? Mary?
Who's there?
It's I, Eleanor.
What do you want?
Oh, Robert, why are you in Mary's room?
I'm looking through some papers. Mary's gone away for a few days, and Mr. Cadman said the will couldn't be read unless she opened it. She must have it here.
The will? Uncle Edgar's will?
Yes. Well, don't stand there staring at me. We've got to find that will.
But Mary hasn't got it.
How do you know? Where is it?
Well, Mr. Cadman must have it. He was Uncle Edgar's attorney.
Well, then why does Mary have... The bell. The bell is ringing again.
Maybe it's Mary. Maybe she's come back.
No. It's from across the hall from Mr. Finley's room.
I can't understand why a bell should ring in Mary.
I've got to find it.
Wait. What's this stop?
I don't care. I've got to know why it rang.
Robert, please don't go in there.
Why not?
Because he wouldn't want you to disturb his room.
Don't be a fool. Someone's working against us, Eleanor. Someone who doesn't want us to inherit that money.
Who?
Well, Mr. Cadman, maybe. It'd be just like him. Here it is again.
It's over here, Robert. It's right beside the bed.
What? It's the bell that was downstairs. The one I yanked the wires from. It's been connected again.
Who could have connected it?
I don't know. But I'm going to have a talk with Mr. Cadman. Wait for me, Eleanor. I'm going to find out about that will.
I'm sorry, Robert. I'm not at liberty to show you the will. No one can see it without Mary's permission.
Get up. What? Get up, I said. Open the safe.
Put down that gun, you fool.
Guys, I tell you, open the safe. No argument, Cadman. I mean every word I say.
All right, Robert. I'll open the safe.
Be quick about it.
Certainly. Why are you in such a hurry?
Because I don't trust you. I think you know too much.
About you?
About old man Finley. I think you were in on the plan from the very beginning with Mary.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Come on. Isn't that safe open yet?
It will be in a moment. Now, what do you want?
What do you think? The will. Give it to me.
Robert, you're making a great mistake.
I'll be the judge of that.
Disregarding Mr. Finley's...
Give me the will.
Very well, Robert. Here you are. I warn you, I'm going to report this to the police.
Oh, no, you're not. You're not going to report it to anybody. Yes?
You took a long time getting back. Did you speak to Mr. Cadman?
Yeah. I spoke to him. He was going to read the will in the morning.
Wouldn't he let you see it?
No. What are you doing out here, Eleanor?
Waiting for you to get back. I've been going to the outside of the house, tracing those wires.
What wires?
The ones from that bell upstairs. They lead to the mausoleum. Right in through the stone wall.
Really?
Don't you think that's strange? I mean, why should wires run from the mausoleum directly into the house?
I don't know. Your Uncle Edgar was a pretty eccentric guy.
But a bell, Robert. Why would anybody want to set up a bell in the house so that it could be rung from the mausoleum?
Well, look, let's mind our own business.
It is our business. There's something funny going on, and I'd like to know what it is.
Well, we'll figure it out in the morning.
No. It's got to be done now, before we go back into the house.
Why? What's your hurry?
Mary hasn't gone, Robert. I don't know where she is, but she hasn't really gone.
How do you know?
Well, her clothes and everything. They're all in the room. She hasn't even taken her bath.
Why, that doesn't mean anything.
It does to me. I think something's happened to her. Robert, I think we ought to call the police.
Now, don't be silly.
I think we ought to have them investigate those wires.
What for?
Just to be on the safe side. Is there any reason why we shouldn't call the police?
Well, no.
Well, then let's go inside.
No, wait a minute. Now, look, we don't have to call anybody. We can investigate those wires ourselves.
Just the two of us?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Well,
Now, come on. You just show me where those wires are.
No, I don't want to go back there.
What are you afraid of? Nothing's going to happen to you.
I'll go on my own.
Now, come on. It'll just take a few minutes to check on those wires at the mausoleum, and then we can come back and call the police.
No.
I'm not going to let you have your way, Eleanor. I want to see about those wires. And I I wouldn't think of leaving you all alone in that big house.
You're hurting my arm.
I don't want to hurt you here, but you're going to come with me. Are you ready?
Yes. Yes, I'm ready. I can't see a thing, Robert. Why are you making me go down into the crypt?
The wires, Eleanor. They led down here. We've got to find out where they're attached on the inside.
Wait.
What's the matter?
I thought I saw something pass in front of me.
Keep walking. You're just stalling for time.
Stalling? What do you mean?
Don't you know? Don't you realize you have to die?
Let go!
I can't afford to let you live, Eleanor, or you'll find out too much. You'll put a rope around my neck.
Oh, Robert, please.
Don't fight me, Eleanor. It has to be just the way as it was with Mary and Cadman.
You killed them.
They didn't want me to get the money. They were in my way.
I was in your way, too, Robert.
Who's there?
Me, Robert. Your cousin. Edgar Finley.
Hey. No. You're dead.
I would have been. If I hadn't protected myself against a murderer like you. One side of that casket comes off, Robert. It opens from the inside.
You just don't believe you were dead.
I had to, as soon as I found out what you were trying to do. And I never expected you to murder anyone else. Run for the police, Helena, quick.
Come back here.
Run.
Stop or I'll come after
You
you.
won't do anything of the kind, Robert. You'll stay with me.
Will I? Didn't you know I had a gun, Mr. Finley?
You won't get out of here, Robert. I won't let you out.
Come on, Mr. Finley. Come on, get the rest of it.
Very well.
Let go of my neck. Let go. Let go.
Robert. I'll never let go.
This way, officer. Right down these stairs.
It's awful quiet down there. I must have gotten out.
What is it, officer? Oh.
Better not look.
What? Are they dead?
Yeah. Both of them. Mr. Finley was shot. Up close.
Robert killed him.
Yeah, must have. Only I can't understand how. Good Lord. Mr. Finley killed him, too.
What?
His hands. They're stiffened around Robert's neck. He died that way. Choking him.
He saved my life.
Guess he realized it all right. Look. There's a smile on his lips. Pleasant dreams.
Mystery is my hobby.
Okay, Bart, go ahead and laugh. So I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You gonna lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crane. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of this hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any
Murder?
right.
What makes you think that John Crane was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crane was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crane died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Okay, Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel till we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Dent. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, dear me, dear me. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
And stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crane did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose. Making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I met up here. Okay, so Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. Hugh Crane told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crane, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound? Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick. Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together. Yeah, what kind of work? What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cog.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Yeah.
Hey, he's a real tough character, isn't he? Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the Inspector all about yourself, Crane. I'm sure he's in the mood for
Glad
listening.
to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours? Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old Inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is who murdered John Crane and why? Now, there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer. You know that... All right, who did it? Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, you... That's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight, knifed him.
Of all the outlandish frauds, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crane. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There, you see, he admits that John owed him money. Don't try to get out of it, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans, just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no?
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work. Now, think of that.
Crane, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you. Well, now, Mr. Crane, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up, I'll...
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bob. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
Inspector was being sarcastic, Evans. It's a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that make the cop wonder why he's in the business.
Well, that's all right. But if you think that I murdered...
The Inspector doesn't think that you murdered John Crane, Evans. As a matter of fact, we're both convinced that you couldn't have.
Oh, now look here, Drake. I've already explained why I'm sure that Evans killed my brother. Being next of kin, I demand you arrest Evans.
And being the cop on this deal, I demand that you stop talking, Crane. Bart, explain to this loudmouth why Evans couldn't have done it.
Glad to, Inspector. John Crane weighed a good 200 pounds. The trunk he was found in weighed at least 25. Our friend Evans weighs about 110. It would have been impossible for him to lift your brother's body into the trunk and then carry the trunk down to the lake.
You see what I mean, blabbermouth? Bart and I had that one figured out an hour ago, didn't we, Bart?
You bet we did, Inspector. Come on, let's take a look at that corpse. Crane's body and the trunk in which he was found are both in this shed, Inspector. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So that's what's left of Crane, eh?
Yep.
Say, he was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, but of course you knew that, Inspector, when we figured out that Evans was too small to carry him, remember?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What stumps me is, who would want to murder a guy who lived all by himself?
Anyone who wanted money badly enough and who figured that Crane had some hidden away in his cabin.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Say, the water sure did a job on the corpse, didn't it?
Yeah. Dr. Mason estimates the body must have been submerged about a month.
A month, eh? It was a month ago that Crane disappeared, wasn't it?
Yeah, no one thought much about it at the time. Crane always lived by himself in the cabin down by the lake. He came up to the hotel once every 2 weeks to get supplies. Evans got curious when he didn't show up and went down to investigate.
Yeah. Say, here's something.
Huh?
If the body is decomposed by water to such an extent that it is not recognizable, how is everyone so sure that it is Crane?
His brother, Hugh, the loud-talking gentleman, identified him by a ring he wore and a birthmark on his back. And his wife also identified him.
Wife?
Yes, they were divorced, but when she heard that Crane had disappeared, she came up to help in the hunt.
Decided she loved him after he was dead, eh?
No. Crane had a reputation for being a miser, and Mrs. Crane probably reasoned he might have some money lying around.
I get it. Say, is that why Brother Hugh is here, too?
That isn't likely. Hugh has more money than he can spend. I'm convinced his only purpose in coming up here is to help locate John's murderer.
And I wish he'd do his locating away from me. By the way, where did Hugh find the trunk?
In a cove not far from here. He was walking along the shore and saw it floating on the surface when... By Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something. Huh? Yes, I am right. I'm sure I am. Inspector, let's get down to the cabin where John Crane lived at once. That must be the cabin, Inspector. You just see it there through the trees.
Yeah. Not much more than a shack. I guess Crane was a miser, all right.
Inspector.
What's the matter?
There's someone in the cabin. I saw a movement behind one of those curtains.
Yeah? Yeah, and I can hear voices, too.
Let's get up closer so we can hear what they're saying. All right, box down, Inspector.
You're a fool to come up here. I told you once it was all over between us, and I haven't changed my mind.
You can't mean that, Daphne. You said that only because of John and
That
you.
was when John was alive. He's dead now, and I'm free.
Then you didn't mean it when you said you loved me?
Me? Oh, Nate, you're so naive, really. Of course I didn't mean it. Oh, you were fine. You amused me no end, but what's the loving...
Stop it! How can you be so cruel? Daphne, in heaven's name, be human. You've got to marry me. I can't live without you.
Can't live without me. Darling, you're so old-fashioned, really.
Stop it, I can't.
You might as well know it now, Nate. I'm going to marry you.
You're going to marry you?
Yes, she asked me this morning, and I accepted it.
But you don't love you.
Did I say anything about love? You is one of the richest men in the state.
You're desperate. You're inhuman. You don't deserve anyone's love, and I'm going to...
Stop. Let go of me.
I'll show you. No one's going to have you but me.
Nate, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Grab him. All right, Bubba. Take it easy. Take your hands off me. Let me alone. Now, it isn't polite to choke ladies.
She's no lady.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there, Bob.
Thank heaven someone arrived in time.
I presume that you're Mrs. John Crane?
Yes, I am. I was looking over some of my dead husband's personal things, and this terrible person came in and attacked me.
That's a lie. She asked me to meet her here.
Yeah, we know all about that. We were standing outside listening.
You were eavesdropping? You heard our conversation?
Yeah, every word, lady. So you might as well stop trying to act like a lady, ma'am, and be yourself.
Why, you dirty Who are you anyway?
The police, Mrs. Crane. The gentleman holding your erstwhile love is Inspector Noah Danton. I'm Barton Drake.
The police? Then...
Yeah, then. That's the best answer you can think up, ma'am?
Okay, Flatfoot. What do you want of me?
Plenty. What's all this business about you and your dear, dead, departed husband? You and he were divorced.
Were we? That's where you're wrong. John wanted me to give him a divorce, but I refused. So he came up here and lived like a hermit. The fool.
Well, so now we got all kinds of motives.
What do you mean, all kinds of motives? If you think I had
Cut. Wait till you're accused before you start thinking up alibis, ma'am. I'm only saying that a babe who wanted a divorce from her husband so she could marry the guy's rich brother has a motive for murder, that's all.
That's ridiculous. I've told you that it was I who wouldn't give John a divorce.
You're lying, Daphne. You've been begging John for a divorce for years so that you could marry me.
You see what I mean, Bart? Motive. They're flying at us so thick and fast we gotta hire us a shorthand artist to take them down.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector. You're thinking that perhaps Nate decided there were other means of getting rid of her husband, so Mrs. Crane could marry him.
Sure, that's
not true. It's not true, I tell you. I hated Crane, but not enough to murder him.
Oh, that's what you meant, Nate Hobart, when you said it wouldn't matter how we got rid of John, so long as he was no longer around. Oh, how foolish I was not to have guessed at the fiendish thoughts in your mind.
Daphne, what are you saying? You're making that up. You're trying to pin John's murder onto me because of what I might tell you.
What a fool I was. If I'd only known there was murder in your heart.
Out of your mind. No one would believe such an absurd story. There isn't a shred of evidence.
Oh, that you two are breaking my heart. Any minute now I'm going to bust out weeping. Hobart, you're under arrest.
You can't arrest me. I didn't do it. I won't let you arrest.
Stop him. He's getting away. Why didn't you stop him? You deliberately let him escape.
Yeah, that's right. We let him escape.
Why?
She wants to know why, Bart. Shall I tell her?
No, not yet, Inspector. The pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall neatly into place. We still have one more person to question before we can begin to speculate on the identity of John Crane's murderer.
I got your signal back there at the cabin, and I let Nate Hobart escape, but I still don't see the reason for it.
Well, Hobart can be more help to us free than if we held him prisoner, Inspector.
Why?
Because he's still in love with Mrs. John Crane, for one thing.
Yeah, how's that going to help us?
And for another, he's not the murderer of John Crane.
Now, wait a minute. He's got a motive, and the girl said he made threats.
The girl was lying. Here's your impel, Inspector. Let's go in.
So, what do we do now?
We have another talk with Albert Evans, the hotel proprietor. In case I didn't mention it before, Mr. Evans not only knows who murdered John Crane, but he holds the key to the entire mystery.
What mystery? All we got to do is catch Crane's murderer. That takes care of all the mystery.
Does it? I think we're going to find that apprehending the murderer is only a prelude to the real mystery, Inspector. Well, Evans isn't behind his desk. I wonder where he is.
Probably taking his midday nap. I'll ring the bell. No soap. Well, he can't be far away.
Listen.
Stop! Keep away from it! Stop!
It's Evans, covered with blood.
Looks like someone knifed him and then threw him down the stairs.
Go after him, Inspector. I'll take care of Evans. Inspector.
Whoever it was got away. How about Evans?
Dead. A knife through the heart.
Then that means...
Yes, that means whoever murdered John Crane also murdered Evans. Because the murderer knew that Evans was aware of his identity.
Well. If it isn't old Inspector Gumshoe. Say, what's happened?
What's it look like, loudmouth?
That's Evans. There's blood. He's been stabbed.
That's right, Mr. Crane. Stabbed through the heart. In exactly the same manner that your brother was stabbed.
By George, this is a job for the police.
He's catching on, boss. Now life is worthwhile.
But look here, why would anyone want to murder the shrimp?
Because the shrimp, as you call him, Mr. Crane, knew who murdered your brother.
You don't say.
Yes. Mr. Crane, I'd like you to join the inspector and me at your brother's cabin in an hour.
At the cabin?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Glad to do anything you ask, but couldn't you make
Conduct my investigation here. No, Mr. Crane, I couldn't. The answer to the mystery lies in the cabin. Your sister-in-law will be there, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, your rival, Nate Hobart. I think you'll find a most interesting gathering.
Well. Isn't this the coziest little party? Mountain cabin, excellent company, and, by the way, Hobart, you were smart to give yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up. I came back to prove that it wasn't I who murdered John Crane.
You fool. Why didn't you stay away while you had the chance?
Because then everyone would have thought me guilty. And that's what you wanted, Beth.
Oh, really, Nate? Must you be dramatic?
Returning here to the cabin was the smartest thing you've done, Hobart.
The kid couldn't be smart if he tried. Oh, is that so, Crane? Ever since you made your pile and retired,
Okay. Pipe down, you two. We didn't come here to listen to you birds throwing insults at each other.
Well, what are we here for?
Do you object to being in this cabin, Mrs. Crane?
Oh, of course I do. This is where poor John was murdered. I hate the place.
I should think you might. Crane, what are you doing over there at that cupboard?
Getting myself a drink. We've got to stay here and play cops and robbers. We might as well enjoy ourselves. Drink, darling?
No, thanks. You know I don't like scotch.
Well, that's all there is. Here's looking at you, Gumshoe.
Mr. Crane, at the time your brother was reported missing, did you come up here to Chatsworth immediately?
No, I waited a couple of weeks. Wanted to make sure he hadn't just wandered off for a while like he'd done before.
Not many people knew it, but John was a little odd.
He must have been to marry a babe like you.
I think you're positively insulting.
Well, I gotta live up to my reputation. Everyone thinks that cops are roughnecks.
Another crack like that, Gumshoe, and I'll take a hand.
That's what I'm hoping for. All I want is an excuse.
Mr. Crane.
Huh?
Is it true that when your father died, he left you practically his entire fortune and omitted your brother John's name from his will?
Where did you get that information?
I've done some telephoning within the past hour. Your father objected to John's marrying Daphne because she was a chorus girl. When Daphne learned that her husband was to receive nothing, she left him.
And that's why Johnny decided to come up here and become a husband?
Yes.
I don't see that's any business of yours.
Yes, what's all this about?
I'll explain in a minute. Mr. Crane, while you were up here conducting your search for your missing brother, did you live here at this cabin?
In this dump? I should say not. I stayed at the hotel.
Then this is the first visit to the cabin, inside the cabin, I mean.
Yes. Now, what's all this about, Drake? I don't like the tone of your voice.
I was just wondering how you knew where your brother John kept his scotch. He walked directly to the proper cabinet and found it.
Why, that is,
This is silly. I told him where it was. I found it this morning.
While you were looking over your dear, dead, departed husband's personal things?
And I was wondering, Mr. Crane, how you knew that your brother John owed Albert Evans a sum of money for supplies he'd bought. This morning you gave that as an excuse for Evans murdering John.
This is nonsense. Why shouldn't I know? Evans told me.
On the contrary, Evans stated definitely that he told no one that John owed him money.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't want his guests to know about it.
What are you getting at, Drake? Are you accusing me of murdering John Crane?
No, Mr. Crane. John Crane isn't even dead.
What, not dead? No,
John is dead. His body was found.
Not John Crane's body, Mrs. Crane. It wasn't John Crane's body that was in that trunk.
Then whose was it?
It was the body of Hugh Crane. This man here who claims to be Hugh Crane is John.
Drake, you're too smart for your britches. You haven't got a chance to prove him that.
Oh, yes, I have. You and your brother Hugh look enough alike to be twins.
No, wait a minute. Bart, are you saying...
I'm saying, Inspector, that when the elder Crane died, John came up here and lived like a hermit, so people would forget any particular trait he might have had.
Oh, this is utter nonsense.
No, it isn't. You and John did look alike.
Why, you're crazy, Nate Hobart. You never saw them together more than once or twice, and that was 10 years ago.
I remember that they looked alike. They were the same size, too.
Go on, Bart.
John spent those 10 years trying to make himself as much like you as possible. He practiced his gestures and his blustering voice and his handwriting.
That was so he could sign checks, eh?
Yes. John and Daphne wanted the money they felt they'd been cheated out of. They inveigled Hugh up here, murdered him, placed his body in the trunk, and submerged the trunk in the lake, so his features would be decomposed to a point of being unrecognizable.
I get it. Then John, pretending to be Hugh, meant to go back and pick things up where Hugh left off. He and the girl here would be married a second time, and everything would be rosy.
That's it, Inspector. But unfortunately, John made one fatal mistake. Look out, Inspector. He's going to throw that bottle.
Hit him, John.
Put down that bottle or I'll duck, Inspector.
I'll take care of you, gumshoe.
Get the Inspector right between the eyes. Heading for the door. Grab him, Hobart.
Waiting for the chance.
Nice work, Hobart. I learned that one when I played football in college. Another minute and it would have been too late. Shane had a knife in his hand, the same knife with which he murdered his brother and Albert Evans. Well, how's the head, Inspector?
Okay. That guy was pretty good at throwing bottles.
Yes, and knives, too. I imagine that was another thing he practiced while pretending to live as a hermit.
Well, it's the first time a bottle of scotch ever went to my head. Say, I still don't see why Crane knocked off Evans.
Because Evans was the only man who saw John Crane while he was a hermit. Evans suspected that Hugh was John.
Then why didn't he call the cops?
But he did.
Huh?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector. Evans called me.
Yeah, I remember. Now, if he...
And, of course, when John realized what Evans had done, he murdered him.
Okay. Now, what was the one fatal mistake that Crane made?
Both John and Daphne wanted to be sure that when the body was finally discovered, it would be decomposed to a point where no one would recognize it. So, John decided to discover the body himself.
So he discovered the body himself?
Yes. But when he told how it happened, he said the trunk was floating.
Something wrong with that?
Plenty, Inspector. If enough water had entered that trunk to decompose the body, it couldn't have been floating. It would have sunk.
Well, now, think of that. Now, wait. I know how you figured it out. You got a hobby.
Yes, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
The Mysterious Traveler. This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? We're going to join Charles Foster as he takes an excursion into crime. I call the story The Case of Charles Foster. Late one evening several years ago, when I was practicing medicine in a large eastern city, I visited Charles Foster, a friend and patient of mine. I took with me Flush, a cocker spaniel he had entrusted to me.
Hello, Doctor. I'm glad you were able to come. I see you brought Flush. Hello, Flush, old boy.
Here's Mr. Charles.
I've missed him, too, Doctor. Been quite lonesome without him these past few months. Down, boy. It's a good dog.
How do you feel, Charles?
Oh, I'm all right, Doctor. You needn't worry about me.
I'm glad to hear that.
I suppose you've been quite puzzled about everything that's happened these past months.
Frankly, Charles, I have. Even now, I find it difficult to believe that you could...
Doctor, I'm going to tell you something that I've never told anyone. I thought I'd go to the grave with my secret, but, you've always been friends, and I'd like you to know the truth.
As you wish, Charles.
It's strange how little people know of one another. For 10 years, Agatha and I were married, and to the outside world, we were a happily married couple. But In the privacy of our home, I found life with Agatha a nightmare.
I never would have guessed that.
For 10 years, I stood her sharp tongue and constant nagging. I might have gone on taking it the rest of my life. Fate hadn't decreed otherwise. It was 3 years ago on a beautiful spring evening that fate stepped in to change the entire course of my life.
Is that you, Charles?
Yes, Agatha?
Did you remember to buy me some more of my cough medicine?
Yes, here it is. Supper ready?
Some men would be more interested in their wives' health than their own suppers.
I'm sorry, Agatha, but you really don't look sick to me.
That's because you don't care. I'm not well, and you know it. I work myself to death day in and day out keeping this house clean, and little thanks do I get for it.
I told you before, Agatha, if the house is too much for you, hire a maid.
And how exactly can we afford a maid on your miserable bookkeeper's salary?
Well, if you can't manage it out of my salary, there's always the $50,000 your father left you.
That money is mine, and I'm not spending a single cent of it. It's up to you to provide a maid.
All right, Agatha. Please, let's not quarrel. Oh, hello, Flush. How are you, old boy?
No, you care more about that dog than you do me.
You know that isn't true.
It is. Sometimes I think the only reason you come home is because of that dirty old dog.
Quiet.
Get away from me. All he does is eat and put his filthy paws on my furniture. I want you to get rid of that dog, Charles.
Get rid of him?
Yes. Buy some poison at the drugstore and dispose of him.
You can't stand to see me have anything that makes me happy, can you? Well, I'm not getting rid of him.
Charles, this is my house, not yours. And I don't want him here.
Come on, Flush.
Don't think that by walking away that ends the matter, Charles Foster. You'd better get rid of that dog, you hear?
Glad to get out of the house, eh, old boy? So am I. It's beautiful evening, isn't it? Come on, boy. We're going to take a long walk. You want to turn around and go home now, Flush? No, neither do I.
Pardon me, but aren't you Charles?
Julia Sanders.
Charles, I thought it was you.
Oh, let me look at you. Oh, Julia, you haven't changed a bit. You're as lovely as... How long has it been since we last saw each other?
10 years, almost 11.
Has it really been that long? Julia, have you ever forgiven me for what happened?
Of course, Charles.
I was so insanely in love with you, Julia, that I couldn't bear to have other men look at you. You know that I didn't mean...
I know, Charles.
I've thought of that night constantly. It's been like a nightmare ever since.
Please, Charles, it's all past and forgotten now.
You were perfectly justified in breaking our engagement. After what I'd done, there was nothing else you could do.
I understand you married Agatha Winthrop a year after I'd gone abroad.
Yes, Julia. After you left for Europe, people kept telling me what a wonderful wife Agatha would make me. I allowed myself to be convinced and married her.
Well, I'm sure everything turned out for the best.
No, but it didn't, Julia. Almost from the beginning, our marriage was a failure. For these past 5 years, Agatha and I have merely been living together under the same roof.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charles, that it didn't turn out well.
Nothing turned out well, Julia, after I lost you. I hope things have been better with you these past 11 years.
Oh, I can't complain. I spent a number of years in Paris studying art and working at dress designing.
Oh.
I only came back a few months ago.
You've never married?
No. I'm working now for Morgan's department store as their art director.
Oh, really? Well, my office is only a few blocks from there. Look, Julia, why don't we have lunch together tomorrow? There are so many things I'd like to know.
Well, I'd like to, Charles, but I think it would be much better that we don't.
Oh, now, surely, Julia, there's no harm in two old friends having lunch together, is there?
No, I suppose not.
I won't take no for an answer. Do you know where Drake's restaurant is?
Yes.
Will 1 o'clock tomorrow be all right?
Yes, that's my usual lunch hour.
Good. Then it's a date. Strange, isn't it, Doctor? The way after 11 years, Julia and I bumped into each other. If we hadn't, what followed would never have happened.
It's such small things as an accidental meeting that often change the course of one's life.
Yes, I know that now, but I didn't then. I met Julia for lunch the next day, and soon we were having lunch together every day.
Hmm.
And for the first time in years, life began to mean something. Merely seeing Julia for 1 hour a day made life worth living.
I understand, sir.
We'd have lunch together, and then we'd go for a walk in the park. I sensed at the time that Julia, too, was lonely and in the need of friendship. The summer passed swiftly and happily. I should have realized that things couldn't go on that way, but I didn't.
You mean you fell in love with Julia?
Fell in love with her? I don't think I'd ever really stopped loving her. I became aware of how much I really cared for her one warm autumn day as we were walking through the park together. Julia.
Yes, Charles?
What about going to the theater with me tonight?
Oh, I wish you hadn't asked me, Charles.
Why?
Because it means we can't go on seeing each other anymore.
But why shouldn't we go on seeing each other?
Because you aren't satisfied any longer just to see me at lunch, and it isn't right for us to go out together at night.
But surely there's no harm in our going to the theater together.
You're married, Charles. That's reason enough.
All right, Julia. Forget I ever asked you. But at least we can go on having lunch together, can't we?
No, Charles.
Oh, but...
Can't you see? Things can never be the way they were. We've become dependent upon each other, and we have no right to be. We can't go on seeing each other any longer. It isn't fair to Agatha.
But you know that Agatha and I mean nothing to each other. We haven't for years.
Nevertheless, she's your wife.
Julia, you know I love you. I've always loved you, and I can't do without you.
Charles, you're just making it difficult for both of us.
Julia, you do love me, don't you?
Yes. But can't you see, it's no use. I remember Agatha only too well. She'd never give you a divorce.
I know she won't. I've asked her 12 times in the past 5 years, but she said she'll never give me one.
I want to part now, Charles. Right here.
Must we?
Yes. Goodbye, Charles.
My life seemed to end that day, Doctor, with our parting. I went through the motions of living, but nothing seemed to matter any longer.
I can well understand that.
Months went by. Every day after work, I stayed in town, unable to face an evening at home with Agatha. When I did arrive home late at night, she'd be waiting for me.
Is that you, Charles?
Yes, Agatha. Sorry if I woke you.
A lot you care. Coming in night after night at all hours, leaving me alone in this big house. Oh, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I know you're kind, Charles Foster.
You better go to sleep, Agatha.
A fine chance I have to sleep with you putting on the bathroom light. You know I can't sleep when that light's on.
Take me a minute to brush my teeth, then I'll turn off the light. Agatha.
Well, what is it now?
What's this bottle of prussic acid doing in the medicine chest? That's a deadly poison.
I know that. I got it from Mrs. Smedley, the druggist's wife. She used it to get rid of an old cat they had. When I told her about Flush, she said it was a thing...
What's that about Flush?
I said Mrs. Smedley gave me that bottle of prussic acid so I could get rid of Flush. I'm going to put him out of his misery tomorrow.
You'll do no such thing, do you hear? If you so much as lay a hand on Flush, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, do you understand?
Yes, Charles.
You get rid of that poison tomorrow. Let's have no more talk of putting Flush out of his misery. I lay awake for hours, Doctor, unable to fall asleep. Julia's breaking off with me and my wife's refusal to give me a divorce. And the prussic acid she meant to poison Flush with had left me all worked up. Then Agatha began coughing. That cough she cultivated for years to give people the impression that she was an invalid. Well, after she'd coughed her usual 5 minutes or so, she got out of bed and started for the bathroom where she kept her cough medicine.
Oh! Back that chair.
Why don't you turn on the light so you can see where you're going?
I can see perfectly well where I'm going. Besides, on your salary, we can't afford to waste electricity.
I knew there wasn't any use in saying anything more. For years, Agatha had gotten up every night and groped her way to the medicine chest where her cough medicine was. Nothing could make her change her habits. I lay in bed listening as she opened the medicine chest and fumbled in the corner where she always kept the bottle. As I heard her groping for her medicine, I suddenly thought of the bottle that was standing next to it. The bottle of prussic acid. Without thinking, it came to mind. If only she'd take the prussic acid instead of the cough medicine. If she did, I would be free. Free of her constant nagging and whining. Free to see Julia. Then I knew it was useless to hope for such a mistake to happen. Agatha's cough medicine always stood in the same corner of the medicine chest. Even in the dark, she'd never take the bottle of prussic acid. And then it came to me. What if the bottles were to be switched? What if the following night the prussic acid were placed in the customary spot of the cough medicine? Suddenly it was all very clear to me what I was going to do. Agatha?
Well?
Agatha, I've been thinking over what you said about Flush.
What?
I suppose you're right. Flush should be disposed of.
He certainly should. He's old and he's smelly. It'll be a blessing for him to be put out of his misery.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry I shouted at you before, Agatha, but, well, I see now that you're right.
When are you going to do it?
Oh, we'll wait until Saturday.
And none too soon, either.
You're sure the prussic acid won't make him suffer?
Nonsense. Of course it won't. Mrs. Smedley said nothing worked faster than prussic acid.
Oh, you told her what it was for. That's fine. Very well, Agatha. Just leave everything to me. The next night, Doctor, after Agatha was in bed, I quietly strolled into the bathroom and opened the medicine chest. I compared the bottle of cough medicine with that of the prussic acid. They were both small bottles, almost identical in size. I removed the cough medicine from where it stood in the corner of the chest and replaced it with the poison. Then I went to bed and waited impatiently for Agatha to start coughing. Can I get you a glass of water or something, Agatha?
Water won't do any good. What I need is my cough medicine. Oh, that's that chair.
Why don't you turn on the light?
Because I can see perfectly in the dark. Besides, someone's got to economize on the electricity in this house.
I lay there in the dark, listening to her grumble as she opened the door of the medicine chest. The blood pounded in my ears as I heard her fumbling for the bottle. Would she feel the slight difference in the bottle when she picked it up? Scarcely able to breathe, I waited. Listen. And she fell to the floor. I quickly got out of bed, turned on the lights, and went into the bathroom. She was lying on the floor, quite dead. There was an agonized look on her face. I returned the bottle of cough medicine to its proper place, and then I phoned the police.
Now, you say, Mr. Foster, that your wife was in the habit of going every night to the medicine chest for a few drops of her cough medicine.
Yes, that's right.
And she never turned on the lights when she went to the medicine chest.
Oh, no, sir.
Wasn't that a bit unusual?
Well, I always used to tell her to turn on the lights, but she said it was a waste of electricity.
I see. And you say your wife, it was her who placed the bottle of prussic acid in the medicine chest next to her cough medicine, eh?
Yes, sir. I'd never touched the bottle of prussic acid. You see, it was my wife who procured it, and she...
Yes, Mr. Smedley, the druggist, has testified that his wife gave it to your wife. Mr. Foster, are you familiar with the contents of your wife's will dated 10 years ago?
Yes, I am.
Then you know, of course, that your wife left her entire estate to the Home for the Aged.
Home for the Aged? Oh, yes. I fought to keep my face expressionless, to prevent him from learning that I hadn't known. All the years we'd been married, Agatha had given me to understand that all her money would go to me. Now I knew that she'd been lying. Her will had been made out in favor of the Home for the Aged for years. I began to feel angry at the way she'd cheated me. But a moment later, I was grateful that she had.
Frankly, Mr. Foster, your wife's death occurred under very suspicious circumstances, to say the least. For years, she'd gone to the medicine chest every night without mishap. And yet, on the second night that there was a bottle of prussic acid in the chest, she met her death. Were it not for the fact that your wife had left her entire estate to the Home for the Aged, I might be inclined to go further with this investigation. As it is, I'll instruct the coroner's jury to bring in a verdict of death through accident. That's all, Mr. Foster.
I walked out of the district attorney's office a free man. A few days later, I moved out of the house which had been Agatha's. and took up quarters elsewhere. 6 long and uneventful months passed. I made no effort to contact Julia for fear that the police might still have their suspicions. And then I could stand it no longer. I called on her.
Charles, when I was told you were waiting to see me, I could hardly believe it. I'm so glad to see you again.
Thank you, Julia. It's good to see you again, too.
Charles, you don't look well at all.
These past few months have been something of a strain, Julia, but I'm all right now.
I was tempted so many times to get in touch with you. Then I thought perhaps you didn't want to see anyone.
Well, I did want to see you, Julia, but I was afraid it wouldn't look right.
I understand, Charles.
Now, let's not say anything more of the past. Only the present and the future. Julia, do you think we might try to pick up where we left off last autumn?
We can try, Charles.
Julia and I, Doctor, began to see each other night after night. Life for me became exciting and wonderful the way it had been 11 years ago before Julia and I had broken our engagement.
Didn't you ever stop to think of what you'd done?
You mean Agatha?
Yes.
No, Doctor. They say that a murderer is ever haunted by his crime. But that isn't true. At least it wasn't in my case. To me, Agatha was part of another life in the dim past. I rarely thought of the past, only the present and the future. No, if I had any fears at all, it was the fear that something would spoil the happiness that Julia and I had found together. But nothing did. And a few months later, we were married, with you as my best man.
Yes, I remember.
And my second marriage was everything that my first hadn't been. For the first time in my life, I knew what true happiness meant. Julia and I were poor, but that didn't matter, for we had each other. The months swiftly passed. And as our first anniversary approached, it was hard to believe that we'd been married almost a year.
Charles, before you leave for work, will you sign a check for me?
Oh, who's it for, dear?
Never you mind, Mr. Foster. You just leave a signed check. I'll fill in the amount and the party it's meant for.
Mrs. Foster, you're acting very mysterious.
Well, a wife has a right to act mysterious once a year.
Darling, I suspect you're going to use this check to buy me an anniversary present. Well, whatever you get me, please don't make it neckties.
Well, I'll have you know I have very good taste in neckties.
I know you do, dear, but I have to wear them.
You're an ungrateful wretch. Very well, I won't get you tied.
Good, then I'll sign the check for you. And please bear in mind that you can't make this check out for more than $312.50. That's all we have in the bank.
Oh, I'll leave you at least the 50 cents.
You better leave a good deal more. We won't be going up to Lake Ellis.
Charles, are we going up to Lake Ellis?
Oh, it slipped out. And I meant it as an anniversary surprise.
Oh, Charles, that's wonderful. When are we going?
This Friday afternoon. I've rented a cabin and a small motorboat on Lake Ellis for the weekend.
Oh, darling, what an exciting surprise. Charles, you're sure it won't be too expensive?
Why, nothing can be too expensive for our first anniversary.
Oh, darling, I've never been so happy.
This looks like a nice place to fish. Let's see, where'd I put that bait?
Here it is, dear.
Thanks, darling. Here's a nice, fat, dimpled worm. Well, if you can't stand to see me bait him, just turn the other way. That's it. It'll only take me a minute.
Charles, look.
Let's see if I get this.
There's smoke coming out of the engine hatch.
What's that? Yes, you're right.
It's on fire. There are flames shooting out.
Fire extinguishers at the other end of the boat.
Charles, you'd never make it. You'd be burned.
Yes, you're right. Besides, even the extinguisher wouldn't do much good now. The fire's too big.
What are we going to do? Oh, the heat is becoming unbearable.
There's only one thing we can do, Julia. Let's go over the side.
We're almost in the center of the lake. I can't swim.
But I can, dear. I'll manage to keep us above water somehow.
Well, all right, darling. I'll do whatever you say.
We'll come through this, Julia. Now, don't be afraid. Now, I'll slip over the side of the boat first, and you follow.
All right.
Now, hurry, Julia. Let yourself down into the water. I'll keep you afloat.
Yes, Charles.
That's it. Now, let's go to the side of the boat. I have you.
Yes, Charles.
Now, don't be afraid, darling. You see? It's no trouble keeping you above water. Now, just relax, dear, while I swim with you a bit. We've got to get a good distance from the boat. It may explode.
Yes, Charles. Did you see any boats, Rob?
No. But someone's bound to see the fire and come to our rescue. Until they do, we must have courage.
You're tired, aren't you, Charles?
No, don't worry, dear. I can keep us afloat for a long time yet.
Oh, why doesn't someone come to our rescue?
They will. Someone must surely have seen that boat burning.
But Charles, we've been in the water so long.
Oh, it just seems long, darling. It can't be more than 10 minutes.
10 minutes? It feels more like... Charles!
I've got you, Teddy. Just for a moment, you slipped away from me.
Oh, darling, it's no use. I'm just a millstone around your neck.
What are you saying?
Why should we both drown? Charles, save yourself.
Save myself?
Yes. I want you to let go of me.
Let go of you? No, never.
Yes, you must. You're too tired to keep me.
No, darling. Either we're both saved or we're both drowned.
No, I won't have you throw your life away. Let go.
Julia, stop trying to break loose. Julia, darling, don't. I can't live without you. Julia, stop struggling. Julia! Go on. I will save her. Help, my wife. My wife.
Yeah, we saw it all. Hey, Mike, he's passed out. Get him before he goes under.
I got him. Here, help me get him aboard.
All right. Any sign of his wife?
She's gone, Skipper.
Yeah, too bad. Well, if it's the last thing I do, I aim to see justice done to this fella. She never had a chance. Did you see him shove her under? It was murder, that's what it was.
Now, Mr. Foster, both of the men who rescued you claim that as they approached you and your late wife in their boat, they saw you struggling with her. You admit this?
Yes, but I tell you I was trying to save her, not drown her.
No, you were trying to save her. But both the witnesses testified they saw you push her head under.
But they're wrong. I wasn't pushing her under. I was trying to bring her to the surface. You must believe me.
Oh, Mr. Foster. You maintain that you were rescuing your wife, not drowning her.
Yes.
Is it true, Mr. Foster, that you were engaged to your wife 11 years ago and that she broke the engagement?
Yes, that's true.
Would you mind telling the jury why she broke the engagement?
We had a misunderstanding.
A misunderstanding? Do you call shooting the woman you're engaged to just a misunderstanding?
No. You must let me explain. It's true that 11 years ago I did shoot Julia, but I've been drinking. I didn't know what I was doing.
Mr. Foster, you do admit shooting and wounding her?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this before?
Why, yes. That's the insurance policy I took out for Julia and myself.
Exactly. And when was this policy taken out?
Well, about a month ago.
June 15th, to be exact. And what's the value of this policy, Mr. Foster?
Well, if either my wife or myself died, it provided $10,000 for the survivor.
Yes, Mr. Foster. If either you or your wife died a natural death, it provided $10,000 to the survivor. But there's also a double indemnity clause in this policy, isn't there?
Yes, but
One that provides you with $20,000 if your wife died an accidental death, such as drowning.
That's true, but I swear I didn't drown my wife. I tell you I was trying to save her, not drown her. You must believe me. You must. That, Doctor, is exactly the way everything happened. Strange, isn't it? The way justice works itself out. I committed murder and escaped punishment. Now I'm paying with my life for the death of the one person I really loved.
It's time to go, Foster.
All right, Warden. Goodbye, Doctor. And take good care of Flush, will you?
Of course, Charles. Goodbye.
All right, Warden. I'm ready. Let's go.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? Too bad about Charles Foster, wasn't it? As he was strapped into the electric chair, there was an ironic smile on his lips. For he was being executed for something he had not done. But as Charles himself said, justice has a strange way of working itself out. I knew another man once who thought it would be a simple thing to dispose of his wife. Unfortunately, Oh, you're getting off here? I'm sorry. But perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard Chapter 64 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and the terrifying. In tonight's story, the case of Charles Foster, Humphrey Davis played Charles Foster, Nancy Sheridan played Julia, and Joan Shea played Agatha. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Henry Silburn. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Listen next week to a tale titled
Blood Money.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR Studios in New York. This is Mutual.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. There are forces of good and evil in each one of us, but perhaps in few instances so clearly defined as in young Henry Jekyll. During his last year at college, he is instrumental in bringing about the moral downfall of one of his companions. And while he escapes detection, poor young Markham is caught and expelled. The boy is broken-hearted over this and bitterly reproaches Henry for the part he has played in his disgrace. High words follow, and Markham threatens to reveal the fact that it is the blameless head prefect, Henry Jekyll, who has really been the cause of his downfall. A cold fury possesses Henry, and his faith undergoes the peculiar transformation that only few have seen. Markham is terrified and backs away. Losing his balance, he falls headlong through the windows of the tower room they are in and crashes to his death on the courtyard below. Henry's paroxysm passes, and he lapses into unconsciousness. Next morning, he receives a visit from the headmaster.
Well, Jekyll, how are you this morning?
Much better, thank you, sir.
Stay in your study if you don't feel up to attending classes, my boy. You had a very nasty shock. So did we all, for that matter. Shocking business. Absolutely shocking.
I think I'll be all right, sir. As a matter of fact, I'd rather not be alone just now.
I can well understand that, my boy. Just as well to keep your mind off things, though. By the way, I don't suppose he gave you any inkling as to who the other boy was with him in Thorley Wood?
No, sir. Not a word, sir.
Well, he's taken the secret to the grave with him. One can only hope that this tragic affair will serve as a lesson to the one who's been at the bottom of all this unpleasant business in the senior school.
Oh, I'm certain it will be, sir. There'll be no more of it. I can promise you that, sir.
I'm sure I hope you are right. Oh, things have been most distressing, and there's bound to be some publicity over Markham's death. Very bad for the school, very bad indeed.
What explanation are you giving, sir?
There was a meeting of the council to consider the case this morning.
We've decided to say as little about the matter as possible. The boys were all called together after morning prayers and put on their honor to say nothing at all of what they knew of the affair at Thorley Wood. At the inquest, we shall endeavor to let it be thought that Markham was worried over his failure to pass exams. That's no more than the truth. He has been working very badly just recently.
And his parents, sir?
Oh, of course, nothing can be gained by distressing them any more than can be avoided. I shall give them the same explanation. Oh, by the way, Jekyll, if I should ask to see you, would you have a talk with them?
Me, sir?
You were the last person to see their son alive. I should think it very likely that they should want to ask you a few questions.
If it's absolutely necessary, sir.
Come along now, Jekyll. You're taking this thing very much to heart. You mustn't do that, you know. You've got your own future to consider. You sit for those exams in a few weeks' time. If you let this business prey on your mind, you'll be having a breakdown, and, well, you don't look at all well.
Oh, I'll be all right, sir.
Good. Then I'll tell Mr. Markham that you'll speak to him if he wishes it.
Yes, sir. I'll do anything I can, sir.
They tell me, Henry, that you and my son were the greatest friends.
Yes, Mr. Markham, we were. We went everywhere together. Oh, I shall miss him. I shall miss him very, very much.
Did he ever say anything to give you any indication that he contemplated taking his life?
Never, sir. I think that he might cause you and Mrs. Markham any worry.
Ah, yes, always the most thoughtful and tender of sons. We leaned on him too much, I fear. Perhaps we were at fault for letting him see how much we were wrapped up in all that he did. There was just nothing in our lives but him. And now...
Mr. Markham, if you only knew what I'd give to be able to help you.
Thank you, my boy. But grief is a burden no one can carry for us. But I'm glad I've had this talk with you. At least I know what happened right at the end.
It was so sudden, I hadn't time to do anything. He just stood up on the window seat, and the next minute he was gone.
Yes, so your headmaster has told me. Well, perhaps someday we shall understand the reason for these things. But just at present it's a little difficult. But I'll go and get his things now. I want to get back home as soon as possible. Mrs. Markham isn't very strong. And the shock of David's death, well, perhaps... Oh, dear, who knows?
Mr. Markham, don't say that. Oh, not David's mother, too.
Death is only terrible when you're young, my dear boy. When you're old and tired, like we are.
Oh, please don't say that, sir.
No wonder you and David were friends. He was sensitive like you. He felt things too keenly. It's a great mistake, my boy. A great mistake.
Henry? Is that you, Henry?
Yes, where are you?
Up here in the loft. Oh, Henry, I thought you'd never come. The oil's burnt out in the lamp, and I've been that scared up here in this creepy old mill all by myself.
Well, I couldn't come before. I told you in my letter I might be late.
I never would have waited, only I've been that worried over you. What happened, Henry? Wasn't it awful about poor Mr. Markham? Bill's been that upset.
Now, listen, Hetty. If either you or Bill say so much as a single word about being in Thorley Wood with us that afternoon, you'll get yourselves into no end of trouble now. Do you understand?
How, Henry?
David Markham killed himself, and it was directly as a result of being found with Bill. If that comes out, you'll both have to go to the inquest and give evidence, And you'll get your photos in the papers. You'll never be able to hold your heads up in this town again.
Why, Henry, how wild you talk. Better me ain't likely to give the show away, but you can see that she's upset. She was fond of him, was Bill. She's talking of going away and getting work somewhere else.
Is she? Well, I think that's a very good idea. There isn't much chance for a girl like her in this little place.
That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for meeting you, Henry, we'd have both been gone long ago. But knowing you has helped.
Well, I won't be here much longer. I'll be going on to the university soon.
Won't I never see you no more after that? Henry, you won't forget me, will you?
Oh, of course I won't. But I won't be able to slip out to this old mill like I've been doing.
And I'll be jolly glad of that, too. Horrid, creepy place it is. If I hadn't have been so fond of you, Henry, you'd never have got me to come here. Funny what a girl will do when she's fond of a man, isn't it? We've never had no good times together. You know what I mean, like going places, seeing theatres and cafes and all that sort of thing.
Would you like that sort of thing, Hetty?
What do you think? Aren't I human, the same as everybody else?
Well, suppose I meet you sometime. Oh, a long way from here. Where we could go round together and not be afraid of being seen.
Oh, Henry, do you mean it?
Of course I do.
Where?
Oh, anywhere. London, if you like.
London? Oh, I'd love to go to London. I've been wanting to ever since I can remember. But I've always been too scared.
Oh, what of?
Oh, everything. A girl might have a terrible time in a big place like that.
Well, you'll have the time of your life. I'll meet you there and we'll do all the things you'd like best.
True? You mean it, Henry?
Of course I do.
Oh, but when?
Oh, after the school year finishes. You know I can't get away till then.
It's about a month, isn't it? Oh, that's a long time.
Well, there's no need for you to wait. I've got to work hard anyhow. I won't be able to see you very much. If you like, you can go there now and wait for me.
Henry, you ain't trying to get rid of me, are you?
Oh, you silly little thing. Whatever put that idea into your head?
I don't know, but you're bound to want to sometime. Your kind don't stick to girls like me for very long.
I'll get along with you. I'm not nearly tired of you yet. It's just that things are going to be very difficult from now on. You've no idea how hard it was for me to get away tonight. If I got caught, I'd be expelled. Do you know that?
Would you really? And you come out just to see me?
Yes, so you see it'd be a good thing if you were right away. I wouldn't be tempted then.
Do you really love me like that? Oh, Emmy, I'd do anything for you.
Well, do as I ask you. Go to London. Look here. Here's some money. You'll only have to manage for a few weeks, and then I'll come to you, and we'll have the most wonderful time in the world.
Run your fingers through me hair the way you always do, Henry.
How soft it is. It curls round my fingers like little live things.
Do you have to go for a while?
Well, not for a little while. Rest your head back against my shoulder. There, that's right. How soft you are. How soft.
Are you sure there isn't any letter for me today?
I've told you. There's nothing at all.
You got the name right, Eddie Wilson?
Do you think I'm likely to forget it? Haven't you been pestering me for the last 3 weeks?
I'm sorry.
Oh, now, you're sure this is the address you told them?
Yes, the Charing Cross Post Office. This is it, ain't it?
That's right. Oh, well, better luck next time. Come again this afternoon.
Thank you, mister. I will.
What's the matter with her? Oh, you see dozens of them like that. Waiting for letters from someone. Sometimes they get one, sometimes they don't. Looks down in the mouth, doesn't she? Pretty looking little thing, too. Comes from the country somewhere. London's full of them. They never learn.
Where's your references, my girl?
I haven't got any.
Then it's no use you coming here. We never have names on our books unless they have the best references.
Thank you. I didn't know.
I met a young lady often by you.
What's she like? Oh, it's you, is it? Come back to the job, eh?
Yes, I am.
I thought you would. When do you want to start?
Any time you like.
Ah, that way, is it? How long since you ate?
Sometime yesterday.
Well, go out into the kitchen, get yourself a meal, and then come into me. You know the terms?
Yes, I know. 3 meals and a bed and 5%.
Can you dance?
A little.
What kind of dances?
A divine dance in the polka.
Ah, this isn't the village green. Ever heard of the can-can?
Yeah, but I've never seen it done.
You will. Say, what's your name?
Eddie Wilson.
Oh, we'll forget the second half. The girls here don't need more than one name. Hi, Kitty.
What's the matter?
Here's a new girl come to take Ruby's place.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. No piece of fiction is more intriguing than a story dealing with the activities of a brilliant spy. But truth is more daring, more astounding, much more intriguing in tonight's true unsolved mystery dealing with the disappearance of Captain Gerald Neville, holder of the Military Cross and Britain's master spy. The scene is one of London's most fashionable hotels. Tourists, visitors, some arriving, some leaving, pass in a constant stream through the open door. Outside, the traffic roars by in a never-ending stream. The world and his wife are about their business with never a thought that war looms perilously close. But on the second floor of the hotel, Britain's master spy glances rapidly up and down the passageway. The coast is clear, as he thinks, and he steps quickly forward to room number 23, raises his hand and gives a secret signal. He opens the door swiftly and steps inside.
Oh, on time, Captain Neville.
Yes. You are Mr. Churchill's secretary?
Yes. Can you leave for Paris immediately?
If need be, yes. But I have a luncheon appointment with my wife.
Well, she can go to Paris with you. So much the better. It will allay any suspicion.
What's the assignment? Russia?
Yes. I can tell you that much. But you'll get your final instructions from Drebkov in Paris.
There are a lot of things I would rather do than go to Russia.
Oh, but this is different.
What do you mean, different?
Well, this time you're going to Russia at a request and with the assistance of the Russian government.
That sounds better.
You've never met Drebkov, have you?
No, I never have.
Well, he'll hand you your final instructions in Paris. He's conferring right now with the Foreign Secretary. This time, instead of hiding in the sewers by day and crawling the blood-soaked streets of Odessa by night, you're going to be the honored guest of the country.
The honored guest of the country. Had Gerald Neville heeded the small voice of intuition, things might have been different. But the next night found Britain's master spy and his wife seated in their hotel room in Paris, speaking to Drebkov.
You remember once when you were hunted day and night? No place was safe and escape seemed impossible? The Alexander who used to work in Mole's saloon, came to you and smuggled you aboard a motorboat and so to safety.
Yes.
How think you that Alexander could find escape for Britain's master spy who could not find it for himself?
Well, I certainly thank you. That was the closest I ever came to being caught.
Gerald.
Yes, dear.
That man is still watching. Look, there he is, standing in that doorway.
He is probably one of my men. I have had you guarded ever since you left London.
You have two of them watching?
No. Quickly, let me see.
Just at the corner there. He has been there since dusk.
Spies on our trail, eh? I will signal my men. Pull down the blind, quick. Now, put out the light. Put up the blind again. Now I signal with my flashlight. Watch closely.
I don't see anything. Oh, now I do. Quick flash of light.
Look, you see two gentlemen come down the street arm in arm?
And the man at the doorway is moving to meet them.
The other man's going to run away.
But he will not run far.
They killed him.
But yes, that is what happens to spies when they are caught.
But it's cold-blooded murder.
Calm yourself, my dear.
No, murder is not the word. Execution, that is the word.
It's horrible.
It is necessary.
But the police, aren't you afraid the police will trace
The
them?
police? What will the police find? A dead man without identification. It will be but one more chapter added to the mysteries of Paris. But come, we have more pleasant things to talk of. You are doubtless wondering, Captain Neville, why it is that we of Russia desire you to go there.
Yes, naturally it is a bit puzzling.
I cannot go into details, but it seems that some of our comrades have not been faithful to the people. We have not been able to find out who they are.
And you wish me to go to Russia to track them down?
That is only a small part of what you are to do. We are prepared to pay you a large sum of money for your assistance. Instead of, as before, being hunted like an animal, you will live in well-appointed quarters here.
Yes, pardon me a second. Hello? Oh, London calling, yes.
Yes, put them on the wire. Oh, hello. Yes, this is Captain Neville. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, I can, sir. Oh, of course, it makes all the difference in the world. Very clever, I'd say, sir. Certainly, sir. Good night, sir.
It is very late, and I have much work to do. What do you say to our proposal?
I accept.
What was said in that mysterious phone call we shall never know. But obviously Captain Neville believed that the British government had worked for him in Russia, and that the government had encouraged him to accept Drebkov's proposition. Neville left Paris with Drebkov, and after a few weeks of waiting in vain for a letter, Mrs. Neville visits a high British official.
What makes you think that we should know anything of Captain Neville?
Well, I know he went...
Yes, Mrs. Neville?
You know, I can't say that. He was a secret agent. His mission was confidential. But he received a telephone call.
No one in this department telephoned?
The night we were in Paris, I was there when he answered the phone.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Neville. No such telephone call is recorded from London to Paris by this department.
But he's my husband. You don't expect me to sit idly by and not make any effort to find him.
No, Mrs. Neville. We don't expect you to sit idly by.
You won't help me?
Officially, we can do nothing. But unofficially, I will do everything I can to find your husband.
But all the searching, letter-writing, inquiring availed nothing. Gerald Neville had disappeared. No one could be found who had seen him get off the train. No one who had seen him enter Russia. No one who had seen him at all. Gerald Neville had disappeared. He was as if he had never been. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of Gerald Neville.
You're listening to When Radio Was. We'll be right back. And now back to Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the Montmartre district of Paris. Far back from busy streets, lost in the squalor and gloom of Paris, stands an old house. Its shuttered windows like sightless eyes belying the activity in one of its sordid rooms. 4 men and a woman stand bending over a table, examining papers and photographs in the light of a guttering candle stuck in the neck of an empty bottle.
Here are 4 pictures of the real Drebkov. Look at them and tell me, will I not pass for Drebkov? You, Sonia, you know him best of all. Tell me.
You will pass even to the voice. And remember, Neville has never met Drebkov. But the story I have told you about Alexander helping Neville to escape in the motorboat will convince him that you are the real Drebkov.
And now here are 3 pictures of Winston Churchill's secretary. Look at them carefully and tell me, will Kornilov pass for him?
I would say they are the same man. I watched Churchill's secretary for weeks. I have taught Kornilov all his little mannerisms. He cannot fail.
I will not fail, comrades.
Neville is to have lunch with his wife. I found that out by listening to the telephone. And not for nothing have I been washing dishes and playing the housemaid in his home. But enough. You go, Kornilov, to the hotel at 5 minutes of 12. Neville will come to you at 12 o'clock.
Now, one more thing. The telephone call to Paris. It must be at the exact moment. We will compare our watches, and at 4 minutes after 10, you will call Neville. I shall be talking with him, and you must imply in your talk that the British government wishes Neville to accept my proposal. You pretend that you are Winston Churchill, but you must not speak that name.
I understand.
Then our plans are ready. You, Sonia, send word to the comrades at Petrograd that at last we are to be avenged on Britain's master spy.
The scene changes to the Russian border. Drebkov's plans have succeeded, and one night, a black, inky night, finds the false Drebkov leading Neville to his doom. The 2 men lying flat on the ground recover their breath after the sharp dash across the open strip of frontier. The false Drebkov whispers to Neville.
Remember what I told you. The whole frontier is charged with electricity. There is only one place we can get through.
I don't see the necessity for all this secrecy.
Your entrance into Russia must be known only to a few. If the man we wish to trap were to learn that you are in Russia, all our precautions would be in vain.
Oh, I suppose so, but still I don't like it.
You are not afraid?
No, I'm not afraid. There's no sense in being foolhardy.
It is almost time. Our friends will be waiting. I know the way, so I will go first. When I reach the opening, where it is safe to pass through the wire, I will flash my flashlight 3 times. Goodbye.
I will give him about 2 minutes. Oh, do I see a light? No, I guess I was mistaken. By Jove, my nerves are bad. Ah, there goes the flashlight.
So comes to an end the life of one of the greatest spies of all times. That Captain Neville was trapped is borne out by the facsimile of a letter which we quote. The date is the 22nd of December, 1927. It is addressed to Mrs. Neville. Dear Madam, Mr. Churchill desires me to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 13th of December and to say that it appears to have been written under a complete misapprehension. Your husband did not go into Russia at the request of any British official, but he went there on his own private affairs. Mr. Churchill much regrets that he is unable to help you in regard to this matter because, according to the latest reports which have been made public, Mr. Neville met his death in Moscow after his arrest there. The letter is signed by Mr. Winston Churchill's secretary. The letter demonstrates clearly that Mr. Churchill knows nothing of the plot, because the report of Neville's death to which he refers was a fictitious report placed in the London newspapers by Mrs. Neville herself in order to tempt the Czech guy into a denial and a statement as to what had actually happened to Britain's master spy.
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Dorothy McGuire in Last Confession, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spears.
Friends, millions of masterful motorists have been made merry by the miraculous magic of those magnificent marvels, wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They let your engine idle smoother, perform better on leaner gas mixtures, actually save you gas. They cut down on television interference, too, and have up to 200% longer electrode life. Backed by the research and engineering know-how of Autolite resistor spark plugs today are used as original equipment in many of America's finest cars. So, friends, don't be satisfied with spark plugs supposed to be as good. Get genuine Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. And here's a reminder. Suspense on television may be seen in many parts of the country every Tuesday night.
And now, with Last Confession, and with the performance of Dorothy McGuire, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Oh, isn't that horrible, Edna?
Let's see. Gee. Is that the way they found him?
Yeah, that's the way they found him. Oh, his knife. All twisted up like that. Lying there in the mud. Ooh, who do you suppose is guilty?
They didn't even find the knife. They'll never find out who did it.
Oh, sure they will.
No, they won't. Oh, Jessie, put that paper down. Every time something awful happens, you have to read all about it, down to the last detail.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. What can you see so fascinating in horrible things? They make such a bad impression on you. Remember when we went to see Johnny Belinda in the movie?
Yeah.
You could hardly talk for a week. That imagination of yours.
Oh, look. It says here they found a lady's glove. Black. Size 5. Hey, that's my size.
Well, see, it could be anybody. Size 5 is my size, too. Just think how many people could have done it.
They'll find out. Somebody's conscience will begin bothering them, and then you'll see.
A person that would do a thing like that wouldn't have a conscience. Besides, maybe he deserved it. How do you know?
Everybody has a conscience.
I'll get whoever it was. Don't you worry. I wonder who did it. I wonder who it could have been. It's funny how murders affect me. Even reading about them in the papers or listening to the radio. When someone's killed, I always feel like I did it. Still, how can one person kill another person? How can he? Human flesh and blood. And then not to confess it. How can he stand that guilt? Could I ever kill someone? You wouldn't think so. You wouldn't think I'd be the sort of... Well, then, nobody is ever the sort of person to be a killer until he's killed someone. I don't know. Every time something like this murder comes up, I keep thinking maybe I did it. Maybe when I was asleep or something, I got up and did it. Edna? What day was he killed?
What day?
Yeah, what day?
Tuesday. I think it was. It says here someplace. Wait a second. They're in the woods 4 miles from the city limits. No, it is. Yeah, here it is. Police believe Howard was killed sometime between 5 and 7 p.m. on Tuesday, July 12th.
Tuesday, July 12th.
How can they estimate that close?
Oh, they can, all right. Oh, is that his picture?
Yeah, here. Here, you take it.
Thomas L. Howard of Los Angeles, who was found dead in Woodland Grove here tonight.
Poor Tommy.
Tommy, did you know him?
I went out with him once. Hey, did you turn off the heat?
Huh?
Did you turn off the heat, Jessie? The house seems awfully warm.
Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't turn the heat off.
It's roasting in here. Imagine turning on the heat anyway during the summer months in Los Angeles.
Well, it was chilly in here this morning. Hey, Edna?
I can hear you. Keep talking.
Well, look at him.
At who?
At this picture of Howard, the man who was killed.
What about him? Let's see. Yeah, so what? What about him?
He's just like him.
Who?
Remember Henry Hacker's the boy I used to go with, the one on Morella Avenue, the dark-haired one with the funny kind of eyes?
You mean the one who...
Yeah.
Oh, sure. But Tommy didn't look anything like Henry.
You're crazy. Look at that hairline and the cleft in the chin.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Oh, now, don't tell me you don't see any resemblance. It's just like Henry Hacker.
Well, a little, maybe, but... Gee whiz, Jessie. You've got the darndest imagination.
Henry Hacker. He sure wasn't what you'd call good-looking. Had a cute smile, though, and sort of funny little way he'd brush his hair out of his eyes. And then he'd walk with one shoulder just a little higher than the other. Henry Hacker. He's such a nice boy. Although, I never thought he'd want to get serious. A man can make you feel so guilty if you don't love him. Just because he loves you, he thinks... Oh, and that awful thing he said the last time. When was that?
But, Jessie,
I can't help it. It's just the way I feel about you.
But at least let me call you. You might change your mind.
I won't change my mind, Henry.
But you can't do it, Jessie. We had something, you and me. We made such a swell couple. I had wonderful plans for
Well,
us,
Henry,
Jessie.
I can't help it, but the way I feel is just the way I feel. It's been getting too serious lately. You know what I mean? And when a slight flirtation grows out of hand, things can happen that'll only make people awfully unhappy when things don't work out.
Slight flirtation? Well, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But I thought it was a little more than a slight flirtation. The nights I laid awake thinking about it.
Oh, don't get sore.
Well, I want you to know this, Jessie. I just want you to know it and remember it as long as you live. You've done something to me that's beyond repair. And if something should happen to me, and believe me, it very well might, I just want you to know you're responsible.
Henry! What a horrible thing to say. It's like a curse.
Now, if you want, I'll drive you home.
Responsible. Telling me I'd be responsible. Ah, poor Henry. I should have talked to him again after that. He kept calling. But I felt so guilty. Wouldn't it be funny if instead of this Tommy fellow here, it was Henry that got killed? Between 5 and 7 o'clock on Tuesday, July 12th. Tuesday, July 12th. Let's see. Tuesday, July 12th. I came from work at 4, and I told Edna I was going out and I wouldn't be back. Now, where was I going? Gosh. My memory. Where was I going? What's the matter with me? Where was I between 5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th? God, that wasn't so long ago. I should remember that. I remember later that night. I remember at 11 I was in bed because, Wednesday I had to be down to work an hour early to get out those new invoice forms. Hey! You know, if they hauled me down to the police station right now and began asking me, where were you on Tuesday, July 12th, between 5 and 7 p.m., I wouldn't have a thing to say. Edna?
Have you read Little Abner yet?
Edna, listen, put down that paper.
Yeah?
Look, now, don't laugh, will you?
At what?
At what I'm going to say. What I'm going to ask you.
Go ahead, I won't laugh.
Do you remember where you were on Tuesday, July 12th, between 5 and 7 p.m.?
Why?
Do you remember?
Well, let's see. Sure, July 12th.
Uh-huh.
Sure, I went shopping over at Rawkins, and then I ate dinner, and then met Carl Maffaletti, and we went to a movie.
Gee, that's funny.
What?
Well, you remember so easy.
Oh, well, I know it was Tuesday because Tuesday was the day they had the sale at Rawkins. That's why I went shopping that day.
I can't remember at all.
What do you mean?
Do you remember what I did between 5 and 7?
I was gone all day, honey. I just explained
It's
that.
funny, but I can't remember a thing during those 2 hours.
Well,
I must have done something. I just didn't die between 5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th.
Forget it, Jessie. I'm going out on the fire escape and take the sun. If the phone rings, get it, will you?
Sure. I haven't talked to him for such a long time. I'm going to call him. It's the least I can do after all the times he called me and I didn't even answer the phone.
Hello?
Mrs. Hackers?
Yes, who is this?
This is Jessie Larkin, Mrs. Hackers.
Yes?
Is Henry there?
Henry?
Yes, is he there?
If this is your idea of a joke, Jessie, it's in terribly bad taste.
A joke? I'm not joking. I'd like to talk to him. I know how you feel about the way I treated him, Mrs. Hackers, but really
I don't know what's the matter with you, Jessie. I don't know whether you're crazy or what. You know that Henry is dead.
Henry Hackers dead. How could I forget a thing like that? It's simple forgetting your coat in a restaurant or your purse in a movie, but forgetting the boy you used to date, the boy you refused to marry just a few days ago, forgetting he's dead. Why, it just doesn't happen. Henry dead. How? I'm responsible, just like he said, like a curse, just like I took the knife out of the kitchen drawer and deliberately plunged it into his heart. Yeah. But could I? Could I murder? Actually murder? With a knife? Kill? Black glove. 5-5 was found at the scene of the crime. Only one. Just one black glove in the drawer. Oh, Jessie. Oh. What'd I wear on Tuesday? Oh, there'd be tears in the dress from the twigs. And mud, baby, from when I dragged the... No. Oh, everything's all right. My blue dress. The seam on the sleeve, and the ham and the mud on the skirt. I did it. There lies poor Henry. Henry face down in the mud in the woods. And I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it.
Bringing you Miss Dorothy McGuire in Last Confession, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hi, Harlow. All set for fall driving? Ready, set, and raring to go, Hap. Put in those peppy, powerful, pistol-packing White Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. How's that? Smooth. That's the word, smooth, for smoother idling. Your motor purrs like a cuddly kitty with Autolite resistor spark plugs. Hey, take it easy. That's the word, easy, for easier, breezier starts in cold temperatures with ALRSP. Hey, you've improved. That's the word, improved. Improved engine performance on leaner gas mixtures. You save gas with Autolite resistor spark plugs. Know how? No. How? Right. Autolite engineering know-how and research made the thrifty Autolite resistor spark plug possible. 20 millions have been sold. How much longer can this last? 200%, Hap. Autolite resistor spark plugs have up to 200% longer electrode life.
Oh, my gosh.
Ohm is right. The exclusive Autolite 10,000 ohm resistor, engineered into every Autolite resistor spark plug, makes possible easier starting in cold temperature.
Get on the ball for fall.
Get Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Dorothy McGuire in Last Confession, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
This is where the paper said I left him. Oh, I don't really remember the place, not really. It's like being someplace you think you've been before and you're not sure. I've got to find out. I've got to know. Gosh. I wonder why I picked a place like this. All these bushes. Might be snakes and all sorts of dangerous things.
Stand where you are.
What?
Okay, you don't move. Just stay right where you are. Lieutenant Fleming.
Oh. Hello, Lieutenant.
What are you doing here?
Oh, just curious, really. You know, I read about it in the papers.
What's your name?
I'm just curious, that's all.
What's your name?
Jessie. Jessie Larkin.
Okay, Jessie. Run along. You ought to know better than to hang around a place like this, especially so late at night.
Well, it was the glove size, the black glove. I know a girl that wears that size.
Is that so?
Yeah. Have you found the murder weapon yet?
Not yet.
It's pretty essential to find, isn't it? I mean, to prove somebody's guilt.
Yeah? Sometimes they save us all the trouble, though. Come in and confess.
Oh. Say, it's terrible, isn't it? A nice young man like that.
Yeah?
Well, there you are. You still don't know who did it.
Oh, we've got it pretty well narrowed down to one of his girlfriends.
Oh.
Hey, you run along now. I wouldn't worry too much about the Tommy Howard killing if I were you, Jessie.
Howard killing? Oh. No, I won't. Howard. He called him Howard. Why? Why would that lieutenant call him Howard? I've got to buy a paper and find out if they know that it really was Henry Hackard. But then Mrs. Hackard told me and... Oh, I'm so mixed up. I'm forgetting so many things. Henry's last name was Hackard. No. Henry Howard. Henry Howard. Yes, that was it. I remember when Edna showed me the paper, that's what it said. Henry Howard. His girlfriend, the officer said. Henry didn't go out with very many girls. Let's see, there was Ann Gilbert. I know he took her out a couple of times. And, Barbara, what was her name? Oh, I gotta see them. I gotta see whether they've got alibis. If none of them did it, then it must have been me. And I gotta be clever about it. Not let them know what I'm after. I'll say, real casual. By the way, Sam, what were you doing between 5 and 7 p.m. on Tuesday, July 12th?
Well, it's been a nice chat, honey. I still don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but it's been real nice.
Well, I told you. I heard you were an actress, and I've always wanted to be one.
Come on, leave us own up. You hear about Henry, what's his name?
Henry. Yes.
Something about his estate? Well, he left me nothing but the memory of 2 miserable evenings over some warm beer.
No, nothing like that. I was just sort of wondering what you were doing between 5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th.
Between what and what on when?
5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th.
Wait a minute. Are you a cop gal or something? That was the time the paper said that Howard was killed.
Howard?
Look, Blue Eyes talking in circles makes me dizzy. You're either crazy or a cop or a digger with an angle. Whichever it is, I'm surprisingly uninterested. Scoop.
Well, all right. If you're sure you know what you were doing.
Just to ease your mind, milady, I was swabbing decks on the USS New Mexico with a vacuum cleaner, and the Navy will back me up. Satisfied?
Well, thank you. Goodbye. It was nice meeting you.
Oh, no.
She's got an alibi. She didn't do it. She couldn't have. She didn't even remember Henry's last name.
I don't quite understand, Miss Larkin.
I'm from the Los Angeles Police Department, Miss Keeley.
What do you want?
I'm a policewoman, you understand?
Yes.
I'm interested in a Henry...
Hackard? Yes.
Yes. You knew he was found 4 miles from the city limits in the woods?
Henry? Henry Hackers is dead, but you're talking about the Howard case. I don't know a thing about that.
Where were you, and what were you doing between the hours of 5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th?
See here, I don't see any reason for answering any of your questions. Do you have a warrant?
Well, I thought it best to make this an informal visit. I thought perhaps I wouldn't need to go into any legalities. We can make this very simple without a lot of complications. Now, what were you doing between 5 and 7 on July 12th?
I think you'd better talk to my lawyer, Miss Larkin. I'm answering no questions without his permission. Good day.
Very well. Goodbye. I'll be seeing you again.
Goodbye.
Just remember, we have your name on file. All of them have alibis. I knew they would, really. And that leaves only me. I must have done it. Henry was right. I am responsible for his death. I deserve what I'll get. I'll deserve it when they sentence me, and the judge, and no one to stand by me. No one in the world but Edna. Edna. I'll tell her everything. She'll understand how it is.
Jessie? Say, where have you been? Where did you go? I've been so worried.
All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. I've got to trust you, Edna. You're the only one in the world I can trust.
Well?
Well, you know the murder in the papers.
Yeah, what about it?
It was me.
What?
Yes, it was me.
You're out of your head.
No, I wish I was, Edna. Honest, I wish
You
I
ought
was.
to see a doctor, kid. Honest, I mean
No,
it.
we were out there together in a car. I remember it so clearly, and he started getting fresh. I mean fresh. And I slapped him. Well, I had this knife with me. I don't remember where I got it, but I had it in my purse, and I stabbed him. And I stabbed him, and I stabbed him. And then I realized what I'd done, and I was terribly sorry, Edna. Oh, I was awfully sorry. But I had to get rid of him. So I dragged the body to the woods, inside, away from the highway, and I left him there. And I took the knife, but I forgot one of my gloves.
Jessie.
Oh.
Jessie, we've been roommates for 3 years, honey. I would have sworn you couldn't have dreamed of anything like this. Do you honestly believe?
I always had a violent temper. You know that, Edna.
Not to kill.
Well, I did. And now the only thing is I can't find the knife. Where would I have put it, Edna?
Jessie. Jessie, you stay here. Will you promise to stay here until I come back?
I can't, Edna. I've got to confess. I couldn't live with a thing like that on my conscience.
Promise
me.
I couldn't. Please, Jessie, promise. You're not to leave the house.
Well, all right. If you say so. See what kind of a person I am? I couldn't even keep a simple promise to my best friend. I had to go. Maybe after I confess this terrible headache will go away. Oh, there it is. The police station. Well, I certainly will deserve what I get. I hope they give me the maximum penalty prescribed by law.
Yes? Oh, hello.
Are you in charge here?
Almost. What can I do for you?
I'd like to confess to the Howard murder. Who do I see?
Jessie, may I talk to you?
Certainly, Lieutenant. Sit down.
Thank you. Jessie,
Well, your case is solved, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't seem to feel too good about it.
I don't, Jessie.
Did you find the knife?
Yes.
Oh.
Jessie, we have a couple of visitors for you. I think after you've seen them, you'll feel much better. That's what our doctor thinks.
Visitors? Who?
Mrs. Hackers, will you come in, please?
Mrs. Hackers.
Jessie.
Oh, don't hate me too much, Mrs. Hackers.
You're going to be released, Jessie. The police can take no action on your case, and not at the present time. Mrs. Hackers here read about your confessions in the papers. She called us and told us you couldn't have killed Howard.
Jessie, my poor child.
Why did you call him Mrs. Hackers?
Jessie.
When you knew I deserved it? When you knew I killed him? Your only son? Tell him the truth, Mrs. Hacker.
You didn't kill Henry,
Between
Jessie.
5 and 7 on July 12th.
Jessie, don't you remember where you were?
I was... No, I can't think. I can't remember.
Now think, Jessie. Try to remember. Between 5 and 7 on July 12th. If you remember, everything will be straightened out in your mind.
I can't.
The flowers, dear. You were crying. You cried when I put down the flowers.
The flowers.
You cried, Jessie. Don't you remember?
The flowers. The funeral. Henry's funeral. Oh, I remember. I cried when you put the flowers down.
That's right, dear. The doctor says maybe you felt guilty inside or something because he was dead. But you're going to be all right.
Yes, Jessie. Apparently you just blotted those 2 hours out of your mind. Doctor, sometimes it happens that way, some of us. Your mind just blots out a thing that's too painful to remember.
Yes, but then my dress and the gloves. Oh, no, I must have somehow.
Just a minute, Jessie, please.
Oh.
All right. Come in, please.
Oh,
Hello,
Edna.
Jessie.
Edna, I'm so glad
Jessie, you promised me you wouldn't leave the house.
Edna, I couldn't have done it. I couldn't have. Mrs. Hacker said I was with her at Henry's funeral between 5 and 7 on July 12th. The only thing I can't figure out is my missing glove and my blue dress.
Jessie, I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid to, but that day on July 12th, I borrowed your blue dress and your gloves.
You borrowed them?
I had a date. I knew you'd be wearing your black dress to the funeral, so Oh, Jessie, I kept quiet when it was as though nobody else was going to be blamed for it, but...
Edna, I don't believe it.
It's true, Jessie. If it hadn't been for you, I'd never have told anybody. I didn't know that all these days you've been convincing yourself that you...
Edna!
When I went out, when I told you not to leave the house, I went and got the knife. I buried it in the vacant lot. And I brought it to the police.
Poor Edna. All that guilt.
But I want you to know, Jessie, that Tom Howard was no good. And if anybody ever deserved... Can I please go now?
Yes. How do you feel now, Jessie?
What?
How do you feel?
Poor Edna.
She was your roommate, wasn't she, Jessie?
Not just a roommate, Mrs. Hacker. She was my best friend.
Come on, dear. I'll take you home.
Mrs. Hacker?
Yes, dear?
How did Henry die?
Of pneumonia. He died very peacefully.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for all the trouble I caused. I'm very sorry.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Dorothy McGuire, in Last Confession.
Notice the day's getting shorter, Harlow?
Did you say shorter? Don't use that word around here. We're only interested in things that last longer, like Autolite resistor spark plugs. Those famous fast-firing wide-gap spark plugs that have up to 200% longer electrode life. And Autolite resistor spark plugs let your engine run better on leaner gas mixtures, actually save you gas. Autolite makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. Get Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, John Lund will be our star. The play is called Experiment 6R, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Last Confession was a radio play by David Ellis. Dorothy McGuire will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, Oh Doctor. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Charles Lawton, June Havoc, Van Johnson, and Betty Davis. Oh, and don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring John Lund.
spark plugs, Autolite Stateful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Your National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis has only enough money to last 2 more weeks. Help now. Send dimes and dollars to polio, care of your local post office. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. John Lund in Experiment 6R, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Friends, I know you've enjoyed trouble-free summer driving if you've replaced those old-style narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Tell them why, Harlow. Tell them why.
Because Autolite resistor spark plugs with the exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor give you a full, even spark all along the line of fire.
Keep going, Harlow. You're doing great.
Well, your engine idles smoother with Autolite resistor spark plugs. Performs better on leaner gas mixtures. Actually saves you gas.
You're getting better all the time.
Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down radio and television interference, too. So insist on Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Okay, Harlow. Give him the old punchline.
Don't be satisfied with spark plugs supposed to be just as good. Get genuine Autolite resistor spark plugs. You're always right with Autolite. And here's a reminder, Suspense may be seen on television in many parts of the country every Tuesday night.
And now, with Experiment 6R and with the performance of John Lund as Morris Brandt, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Entirely fitting somehow that here in the Carlton Plaza Hotel, where he spent so much of his life, we should honor this hero of science and pay him our humble gratitude. Mr. Brandt is, as you know, at this moment in our special clinic, and it's from there that he will address us on the subject of Experiment 6R, a page in the progress of science with which his name will forever be associated. When I received his letter and heard the thrilling news that, unknown to any of us, a human volunteer had actually... Well, it was, of course, inevitable that I should call this distinguished gathering together. I won't speak any longer now because minutes are precious. We're ready. Will you speak to us now, Mr. Brandt? Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Morris Brandt.
Brandt speaking. I don't know exactly how you good people of science are going to take my little story, the history of my own part in Experiment 6R. When I finish my story, if I finish it, you will wonder perhaps why I wish to tell it at all. Well, something about the irony of this situation appeals to me. I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. You know, even the fact that somebody just now pressed a buzzer and I jumped to attention and started speaking is ironic. Because I guess that's how Experiment 6R began, a couple of months ago. Yes, just like that. Brandt speaking.
Coffee, Mr. Brandt.
Very well, sir. It was precisely 3:15, and 3:15 was the time for Mr. Paul Koblenz's afternoon coffee. Naturally, it was beneath the dignity of the manager of the Carlton Plaza Hotel to have the coffee served by anyone less than me, the assistant manager. And so each day, the coffee tray with its silver urn, silver sugar and creamer, silver spoons, and graceful Limoges cups was left on my desk by a waiter, ready for the humiliating ceremony. I picked it up and went in.
Ah, Mr. Brandt. You'll join me, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Koblenz.
A little coffee is very relaxing.
It was relaxing for him. My duties only began with bringing in the coffee. I had to set the silver tray on his desk and then wait while Mr. Koblenz detached a small key from his desk chain. Then it was my job to take the key and open the small wall cabinet near the heavily draped window where Koblenz kept a supply of liquor. I would take out a bottle of expensive brandy and carry it over to the desk. Koblenz liked the dash of it in his coffee.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Beck.
It was this part of the silly ritual that I hated most. That locked cabinet was a symbol of Koblenz's suspicion and distrust. No one but me was ever permitted to enter his sacred office, and I didn't drink. But that made no difference. The liquor was expensive and might be stolen. By whom? By me.
Mr. Brandt, I've been looking over the monthly accounts. Your latest innovation seems to be doing quite well.
The stag room? Oh, that was a lucky guess.
I think not. Your reasoning, I believe, was that businessmen like a place to lunch by themselves in quiet and comfort. It seems, Mr. Brandt, that you have the rare talent of knowing what people want.
Well, I hope so.
Especially when giving people what they want can be so profitable and lead to give you what you want. Yes, indeed, Mr. Brandt. You have a very successful record during your 12 years here. Perhaps too successful.
Why, what do you mean?
Success has the habit of making a man crave something further. I think we shall have to have a talk some day soon, Mr. Brandt. But that will be all for today. You may replace the brandy.
He handed me the little key to the cabinet. He had finished with me for the day. Back in my office, I thought of what Mr. Koblenz had said. Too successful meant only one thing. He thought that I was ambitious to hold his job, my only possible advancement. Mr. Koblenz was quite correct. I would do anything to have that job. Anything. Now, after 12 years of it, I was determined to have that job. Not because it was a better job, but because it was his. I didn't sleep well that night in my cramped inside room, thinking of Mr. Koblenz in his penthouse suite. But finally it was morning, and the hotel came to life again, with all its problems. There were the usual 2 or 3 bad checks accepted by the night clerk, and all the other boring, commonplace irritants. The only drama of the day was brought in by the housekeeper.
May I speak to you a moment, Mr. Brandt?
Yes, Mrs. Oberman?
It's about 1402, Mr. Brandt.
What seems to be the trouble?
The maids won't make up 1402.
Why?
The room... I know it sounds crazy, but that room is full of rats.
Live rats? Oh, nonsense. The maids are imagining things.
It's true. I saw them myself.
Very well, Mrs. Oberman. I'll see about it.
Everyone's afraid to go in 1402, so I hope you can get them out of there. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Brandt.
Live rats. What next? Room clerk, please. Hello? Brandt speaking. Who's the occupant of 1402? Dr. Tomlinson? Is he in his room? Well, when he returns to the hotel, please let me know. I shall have to speak with him. Rats. Well, it was fairly typical of the kind of problem which is automatically relayed to the assistant manager, being hardly glamorous nor important enough for the manager to be bothered with. Some difficult and taxing assignment, like greeting Greer Garson, maybe, would be more fitting use for the time and talents of Paul Koblenz. As I thought about it, and him, I began to hear a sound in my head like a clock ticking. I recognized that it was almost 3:15. As busy as I was, I could sense, without looking at a clock, that it was nearly 3:15. It was time for the buzzer on my desk to sound out the call which symbolized all the tyranny, all the pompous authority, and the warped, sadistic soul of... Brandt speaking.
Coffee, Mr. Brandt.
Very well, sir. Again, the humiliating ritual. Performing the services of a waiter to satisfy Paul Koblenz of his authority. And today he began the talk with me that he had been promising for so long.
Mr. Brandt, you have been with us for 12 years, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Koblenz. 12 years and 2 months.
And you have always impressed me as an ambitious man. A competent man.
Well, thank you, sir.
But you must realize that you have come as far up the ladder as is possible, at least while I am alive.
Well, I don't think that...
And I am a very healthy man for my age, Mr. Brandt. Eventually you may replace me.
But
it will be a long time to wait, I'm afraid. A very long time indeed.
Well, I'm really awfully busy, Mr. Koblenz.
I have observed certain signs of restlessness in you during the last year or so.
Restlessness?
You are not satisfied to be merely the assistant manager. You dream of occupying this desk someday. My desk.
Will that be all, Mr. Koblenz?
I will tell you when you may go. You would like to have my salary, which is very considerable, instead of your own, which is a good deal smaller. I must say that no one is so well qualified. If anything should happen to me, you would automatically be appointed manager of the hotel.
Mr. Koblenz, I'm sure
I
never...
will not discuss the matter further. I just wanted you to know that I know, as they say, what the score is.
Have you finished your coffee, Mr. Koblenz?
I have finished my coffee, Mr. Brandt. Good afternoon.
It was exactly 3:30 as Koblenz handed me the little key to the cabinet, and I replaced the brandy. I took the coffee things back into my own office and closed the door. I knew exactly what Koblenz had meant. He had actually said, "I know you would like to eliminate me in some way, and I warn you, I'm on the alert. Don't try anything funny if you know what's good for you." As if there were the slightest chance. As much as I hated him, there was nothing I could do. Mr. Brandt speaking.
You asked me to call when Dr. Tomlinson returned to the hotel, Mr. Brandt.
What? Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yes? Oh, yes, sir.
I am Mr. Brandt, Doctor, the assistant manager of the hotel.
Oh.
May I step in for a moment?
Well, yes, come right in. What can I do for you?
Well, I suppose you noticed your room hasn't been straightened. And, of course, it's not difficult to see the reason why. You have them caged, I see.
Oh, yes. You mean my rats. They're beautiful specimens, aren't they?
Beautiful. How did you get them into the hotel?
Oh, the cage fits into a leather carrying case. Rather clever, isn't it?
I see. Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Tomlinson, but I'm afraid those rats will have to go.
Yes, dear me, I was afraid of that. It would only be for another day, Mr. Brandt. I'll be returning to New York tomorrow. I can't leave them now. They're the subject of an experiment that may lead to the cure of an extremely deadly disease, which, for scientific purposes, we refer to as 6R.
Well, I'm sure, Doctor.
Let me show you something here. You see this yellow powder? Take a look at this label.
Paradimethyl... Doctor, I really don't have...
Paradimethylaminoasbenzamine. It's commonly called butter yellow, Mr. Brandt. You see, when a rat gets a bit of this daily in his food, he develops 6R within 4 months, a spreading internal growth which insidiously destroys vital tissues. And by the time the results are evident, the rat is past all hope, and in a very short time it's dead.
Yes, Doctor, it's very fascinating, I'm sure. But I'm afraid... Oh, will this powder induce 6R in a human being, too?
Oh, almost certainly, but naturally we haven't been able to try it. No volunteers.
I don't suppose it requires very large doses, either.
To develop 6R? Oh, no, indeed. Just a very tiny bit daily, and then... Mr. Brandt, surely you understand the importance of this work and why I must have the rats with me constantly? But, if you insist, I shall move to another hotel, of course.
No, Doctor. I represent the management, and I ask you to stay. And I'll see that your room is straightened.
Well, I must say that's wonderful of you, Mr. Brandt. Are you interested in science?
Not until now.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, by the way, please tell the maid not to go near the cages. Sometimes the rats might bite, and it might be that they could transmit 6R that way. We're not sure, you understand, but it's better not to take any chances.
Yes, I understand. Is that powder, I won't attempt to pronounce it, is it quite safe in here?
Oh, yes, see? No one could find it here.
I see.
And besides, no one would know what it was. If some got lost, it looks just like yellow dust. It would only be thrown away. I have more for the experiments. Don't worry, Mr.
Brandt.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry if we've inconvenienced you, Doctor. Oh, have you had dinner?
Why, no, as a matter of fact.
Oh, would you join me? 7 o'clock in the grill room?
Well, I should be very pleased.
Good. We'll talk some more. You know, I should think that someone who, well, is desperately ill, let us say, would be honored to be your volunteer. I know in similar circumstances, I should be proud. Until 7, Doctor.
You wish to see me, Mr. Brandt?
Yes, Mrs. Overman. It is very important that Dr. Tomlinson finish his stay.
Yes, sir.
I will meet the chambermaid in his rooms promptly at 7:15 and see to it that the rats don't frighten them.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt.
The doctor arrived exactly at 7. And at 7:10, while he was still sipping his sherry, I excused myself and went up to 1402. When the chambermaid was taking the soiled linens to the laundry wagon in the hall, leaving me alone in Dr. Tomlinson's room, I filled a hotel envelope with a deadly yellow powder. I was back downstairs before the soup was served. I have never enjoyed a dinner more. Dr. Tomlinson prattled on, but I didn't even hear. I was thinking what a pleasure it was going to be to have coffee at 3:15 tomorrow afternoon with Mr. Paul Copeland.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. John Lund in Experiment 6R. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap.
Yes?
My nephew went to camp this summer, and they taught him a lot of useful things, like how to send smoke signals with a brush fire and blanket.
Oh?
You should see the lovely charred hole in our living room rug.
Yes, but did they teach him about the new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs?
No, Hap, they didn't, so I had a man-to-man talk with him. I told him replace old-style narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs for easier starting in cold temperatures, for smoother idling, for better performance on leaner gas mixtures. They actually save you gas.
That's useful information.
Right. I told him confidentially, of course, that every Autolite resistor spark plug has an exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor. I said insist on Autolite resistor spark plugs now. Don't accept spark plugs that are supposed to be as good.
That's telling them.
I said, my boy, that mighty might, that Autolite resistor, explains why Autolite resistor spark plugs mean easier starting in cold temperatures, smoother idling, better performance on leaner gas mixtures. They actually save you gas. So insist on Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage John Lund in Experiment 6R. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Brandt speaking.
Coffee, Mr. Brandt.
Yes, Mr. Copeland. A waiter had just brought the tray, set it on my desk, and left. My door was locked. I took out the envelope with the powder, put a pinch of it into one of the costly Limoges cups, filled both cups with coffee from the silver pot, and carried the tray into the sumptuous office next door, the office that would soon become my own.
You will join me, of course, Mr. Brandt.
Of course, Mr. Copeland. Of course I would. I always had. But beginning with today, I would enjoy it. There was not the slightest alteration in the usual ridiculous routine. Koblenz removed the little key from his chain and handed it to me. I got the brandy from the cabinet. Koblenz poured a bit of the brandy into his cup and took a sip.
Exceptionally good coffee today, Brandt. Make it yourself?
What? Why, how do you mean?
Oh, don't take me so seriously, Brandt. But knowing your efficiency in all matters of the hotel, I'm sure you could prepare a very unusual cup of coffee.
Well, That's very nice of you to say, Mr. Koblenz.
But I know you haven't time to waste making coffee. Too busy thinking of ways you can work your way into my job, aren't you? And as I told you before, you won't get it while I live, and I come from a very long-lived family.
Yes, surely. More coffee, sir? Nothing could possibly go wrong. I had found out enough from Dr. Tomlinson to know that humans, and I stretched the point to include Paul Koblenz, that humans responded to drugs in very much the same way as rats. That was the reason rats were used for experiments in medical research. Almost invariably, the drugs that could kill a rat could kill a man. But the powder would never be detected, only its effect. When, after months of tiny doses, Koblenz would suddenly learn that he was harboring the hidden killer, 6R. I kept the powder in my jacket pocket. As the weeks passed, it became a matter of routine to put some in Paul Koblenz's daily coffee. But try as I would to remain calm, sometimes the excitement of it would become almost unbearable, particularly at the moments when I served the coffee.
Mr. Brandt, I can't tell you what pleasure this afternoon cup of coffee gives me. And, of course, it gives me one of the few chances I get during the day to see my busy and trusted assistant. That is a pleasure, too.
Thank you, Mr. Koblenz.
Oh, I received a letter a few days back from a Dr. Ernst Tomlinson.
Tomlinson?
He was a guest here, I believe, for several days.
Oh, really? Well, I don't...
Surely you haven't forgotten. He wished specifically to be remembered to you. The gentleman with the rats.
Rats? Oh, yes, I do recall something.
Yes, of course. I realize, Mr. Brandt, that I have allowed many of my managerial duties to fall on your capable shoulders, which action has perhaps given you a mistaken opinion of your authority on these premises. But really, Mr. Brandt, live rats in a room.
The animals were caged?
I think I should have been consulted. Fortunately, our other guests were not cognizant of the fact that we were for 2 days zookeepers of a sort. If they had known, I'm afraid Mr. Fenwick should have immediately replaced you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Koblenz.
Yes, I'm sure. The good doctor seemed quite taken by you, Mr. Brandt. Have you a personality side you've never shown me? I've always considered you rather dull.
Will that be all, Mr. Koblenz?
You're angry. Well, no matter. See, yes, that would be all. I'm rather tired today. Go, please.
Dr. Tomlinson had written, but only to compliment me. That was good. He hadn't missed any of the yellow powder. As far as Koblenz's insulting behavior was concerned, well, there wouldn't be much more of it. Dr. Tomlinson had said there were no outward effects to 6R. But the tiny admission of fatigue on Paul Koblenz's part was, I felt, a good sign. I watched Paul Koblenz grow progressively more testy and insulting. 2 weeks into the 4th month of Experiment 6R, and in a way I didn't expect, the last scene began. Under the insurance laws of our state, all employees participating in group insurance had a yearly physical examination. The 4 months Dr. Tomlinson had considered necessary to allow the growth of 6R were almost completed. By now, 6R would have taken hold of Paul Koblenz, sufficiently to be recognized in a medical examination, and sufficiently to be at that point incurably fatal. Even at this late date, there were outwardly no signs of Koblenz's illness, which would make the announcement by the insurance doctor even more shocking. It was a nervous moment. Brandt speaking.
Mr. Brandt, I have set aside 2:30 as the time for my visit to the insurance doctors. That should get me back to my office for coffee. After which, if you have no pressing duties, you may...
Yes, Mr. Koblenz. At 3 o'clock, I heard him come back into his office next door. He walked rather heavily, I thought. I wanted desperately to see him at once, to see the reaction he must have to the news the insurance doctors had given him. But I waited. Finally, it was 3:15. Brandt speaking.
Coffee, Mr. Brandt.
Yes, Mr. Koblenz. The waiter had brought the coffee tray as usual. I carried it in. Koblenz sat quietly at his desk, his face partially in the shadow from the drawn blinds.
You'll join me, of course, Mr. Brandt.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Koblenz.
Here's the key.
I set the tray down, took the little key to the liquor cabinet which stood against the wall, and bent over to open it. There was a new mirror above the cabinet. And what I saw in it made me drop the bottle.
Anything wrong, Mr. Brandt? You seem startled.
The cups. The cups.
You've turned absolutely white as death. But then I meant to talk to you. You haven't been looking well for some time.
You changed.
I beg your pardon?
You switched the coffee cups while I turned away to get your brandy.
I always do. It is an old custom in my family. An old German custom. A very old custom. A very old and long-lived family.
Have you all this time?
Yes, Mr. Brandt. All this time. Operator, connect me with the insurance doctors, please. In 308. Is it possible for you to see Mr. Brandt immediately, Doctor? Thank you. It's urgent.
And so, Experiment 6R is finished. I am glad to have been of service to science, but I just couldn't die without sharing the credit with Mr. Koblenz. I'm sorry, truly sorry, that he could not be there with you today in his old capacity as manager of the hotel. But Mr. Fenwick saw fit to discharge Mr. Koblenz when it was brought to his attention that live rats had been permitted to spend the night in one of our rooms. And now, thank you for your attention and goodbye.
I was just bringing your order, Mr. Brandt. Your friend just phoned and told me. If you'd only mentioned it before...
Friend?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Koblenz.
Koblenz? But I didn't order anything.
Oh, now, Mr. Brandt, it's no trouble. We know now about your little custom. If you want coffee at 3:15 every day, you shall have it. Come now. It's just 3:15.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, John Lund, in Experiment 6R.
John, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Why, of course not, Harlow.
Okay. What do you think of Autolite resistor spark plugs?
Well, Harlow, let's put it this way.
Yes?
I can't imagine you selling anything but the best.
Oh, well, now...
don't be coy, Wilcox. You just keep right on telling people that Autolite resistor spark plugs are the best. Any more questions?
No, John, and thank you. I'll also tell people that in its 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats, including complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be just as good. Insist on and get Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Charles Lawton and June Havoc will be our stars. The play is called Blind Date. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Experiment 6R was a radio play by Donald Stubbs and Harold Kahn. John Lund may currently be seen in the Hal Wallace production for Paramount, My Friend Irma. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Van Johnson, Edward Arnold, and Betty Davis. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Charles Lawton and June Havoc.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.